the Catalans, the Basques, the Galicians in the Basque.
An independent future for Scotland.
How quickly do you think a referendum can be arranged?
Best practice demands that it should be 6 months.
Just looking at the overall share numbers for Scotland at the moment, the SNP 46.4%.
Can I remind members of the social distancing procedures that are in place in the Chamber and across the campus, and ask members to take care to observe these measures over the course of this afternoon's business, including when entering and exiting the Chamber. The first item of business this afternoon is time for reflection. Our time for reflection leader today is the Very Reverend Dr Susan M. Brown, Chaplain to Her Majesty the Queen in Scotland and Minister of Dornoch Cathedral, Church of Scotland. Dr Brown.
Thank you. So 2020's top Christmas cracker jokes have been revealed. I'm going to avoid the political ones, but how about why are Santa's reindeer allowed to travel on Christmas Eve? Because they have herd immunity, presumably after elf isolation. Why could Mary and Joseph not make their work conference call? There was no Zoom at the inn. And why did Mary and Joseph fail to make it to Bethlehem in the first place? Because all Virgin flights were cancelled. Which Christmas film was 30 years ahead of its time? Home Alone. Absolutely none of those jokes would have made any sense a year ago. How times change. Until 1958, Christmas Day in Scotland was just a day like any other. It's only in the last 60 years that it's grown into something bigger, a time frame that strangely enough coincides with the decline in church attendance. I just throw that one out there. This year, there will be no office parties or end-of-term dances, no physical carol services or large family gatherings, and too many will be home feeling very alone. Does that mean Christmas has been cancelled? 2020 has been a tough year, and I don't need to tell you that. But it has also been a year that's offered us the chance to reassess who and what we are about as individuals, as communities, as a nation, and as a world, and where and how we want things to go from here. A pared back Christmas offers that same opportunity to stop and think about who and what matters, especially when the real Christmas story is allowed to take centre stage. That story has no groaning tables or stacks of presents. Instead, it revolves around a young couple, not yet old enough to vote, being invited by the Almighty to play a hugely significant role in events designed to turn the whole world upside down. Through decisions made by those in power, the couple are forced to leave their home and their family to be registered in another place. As refugees, they find themselves displaced and homeless, and having to welcome a newborn child into the world in the direst of circumstances. so young, so poor, so swept aside by society. And yet this couple are also so sure that this is not how things need to be. What we need to do is to catch their visionary virus and find the courage to, as Mary and Joseph did, that the changes this world needs to see will come about when the youngest and poorest are placed front and centre, following God's example. A challenge for all of us. But peace be with you this Christmas and always.
Thank you very much. The next item of business is consideration of Business Motion 23776 in the name of Graeme Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, setting out changes to this week's business. I call on Graeme Day to move the motion.
Moved, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. No member has asked to speak on this motion, and the question therefore is that motion 23776 be agreed. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. The motion is therefore agreed. The next item of business is a statement by Nicola Sturgeon on COVID-19. The First Minister will take questions at the end of her statement, and so there should be no interventions or interruptions. And I call on Nicola Sturgeon, First Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Today's statement is a bit different to those I've made in recent weeks, mainly because the most important decisions for the period ahead were set out on Saturday. I will, of course, reiterate those decisions and the reasons for them in the course of this statement. However, I'll also share with the Chamber the latest information we have on the new strain of COVID that is causing us such concern, and I'll reflect on the ongoing impact of the closure of the UK-French border to accompanied freight. However, I'll start as usual with a brief summary of the latest COVID statistics. The total number of positive cases reported yesterday was 1,316. That represents 7.5% of all tests carried out, and the total number of cases now stands at 114,366. 1,045 people are currently in hospital. That's a decrease of 33 from yesterday, and 60 people are currently in intensive care, one more than yesterday. I also regret to report that in the past 24 hours, a further 43 deaths have been registered of patients who first tested positive over the previous 28 days, and the total number of deaths under that measurement is now 4,326. Obviously, these figures continue to be a really sharp reminder of the grief, heartbreak and the overall toll that this virus is causing. And once again, my deepest thoughts and condolences go to all those who have lost a loved one. Today's statistics, like those we've been reporting over recent weeks, underline, I think, a couple of points. Firstly, COVID is still circulating in Scotland at a higher level than we would wish it to be. However, and I appreciate this may be less obvious, the case data from recent weeks also shows that the level system has until now been effective. In late October, Scotland was recording more than 160 new cases per 100,000 people an average every week. 2 weeks ago, it had fallen to 100 and is now around 116 per 100,000. That level of incidence is significantly lower than in other parts of the UK. For example, it is around half that of England and around a fifth of the case incidence currently seen in Wales. However, after a sustained period of decline, our case numbers are now more volatile again and indeed have risen by around 15% in the past couple of weeks. The numbers of people with COVID who are in hospital and ICU have also risen slightly again after a period of quite marked decline. Now, in any circumstances, these trends would be a cause for concern and they would merit close analysis, but they would probably not, on their own, justify the actions that I announced on Saturday. What has changed our thinking and approach significantly is the information we have received over the past 8 days or so about the presence and impact of a new variant of COVID. Now, it is important to stress again today that there is no evidence at this stage that this new variant causes more severe illness than previously circulating strains, nor is there any evidence so far that it will undermine the effectiveness of either vaccines or treatments. But this new variant does seem to be much more transmissible. perhaps up to 70% more transmissible, which means that it can spread far more quickly and easily. As a result, there is now a significant degree of confidence amongst experts that it increases the R number and that the scale of increase could be 0.4. Now, given that the R number in Scotland is already hovering around 1, this is obviously a very real concern. Also, analysis was published yesterday by the Office of National Statistics of the results of the weekly ONS COVID infection survey, which uses PCR testing on a random sample of people in Scotland and looked for a proxy marker known as the S-gene dropout. There is continuing technical work underway on the use of the S-gene dropout as a marker for this new strain, and it is not absolutely definitive that every case with this marker will be the new variant. However, this analysis suggests that in the week beginning 9th December, around 14% of positive cases in Scotland already had this S-gene dropout. This compares to just 5% at the end of November. And it's not unreasonable to assume that the proportion may be higher by now, and Public Health Scotland is carrying out further analysis. Now, 14% is, of course, still a significantly lower level than England, where it is thought that the new variant already accounts for 36% of cases, and maybe even higher in London and the South East. However, the very rapid spread in London and the South East serves as a warning of what we could face here if we do not take firm action to suppress the virus. We have a real concern that without significant countermeasures, we could be facing another period of exponential growth as we enter the new year. That would mean many more people catching COVID, and even without this new strain causing more severe illness, that would result in many more people needing hospital and intensive care treatment, and that would put an enormous strain on the NHS, and of course it would also lead to much more loss of life. To be blunt, Presiding Officer, that is what we have to act now to stop. Now, in an ideal world, it would be good to wait a few weeks until preliminary analysis becomes more concrete and confidence intervals narrow. But if the concerns we have now prove to be well-founded, it would by then be too late. We have learned that we must act firmly in the face of this virus. And that is why we announced significant additional measures on Saturday. I know how tough these are, but we believe they are essential to avoid an extremely serious deterioration in the situation as we move into the new year. Let me recap now on what those measures are. Firstly, Orkney, Shetland, the Western Isles and the other relatively remote islands that have seen restrictions relaxed in recent weeks will move to level 3 from 1 minute past midnight on Boxing Day. However, the rest of Scotland will move at that point to level 4 for a period of 3 weeks. There will be a review after 2 weeks. This means, for example, that hospitality will require to close with the exception of takeaway services, and so too will non-essential retail. Now, there are 3 further points that I think it is important for me to make today about level 4 restrictions. Firstly, given the severity of the situation we face and the need to limit interactions as much as possible, we intend to define essential retail more narrowly than we have done recently. In short, that means homeware stores and garden centres will be classed as non-essential and will therefore require to close with the exception of click and collect. Second, in level 3 and level 4, the law currently prohibits non-essential travel outside your own local authority area. However, for those living in level 4 areas, which from Saturday will be the vast majority of us, our strong advice is to stay as local as possible and to stay at home as much as possible. And we will be considering in the days ahead whether we need to place that advice in law. And third, and more generally, as more evidence of the impact of this new strain becomes available, we will consider whether there is a need to strengthen level 4 restrictions any further. Again, I need to be blunt with Parliament and the public. The current level 4 restrictions are not as stringent as the March lockdown, and that up until now has been a good thing. However, it does seem that we may be facing a virus that spreads much faster now than in March, so we do need to consider whether the current level 4 restrictions will be sufficient to suppress it in the weeks ahead. This will be analysis that the Government undertakes urgently as our understanding of the new strain of the virus develops, and I will of course keep Parliament updated as necessary, including over the recess period if that is necessary. The second decision we took on Saturday was to maintain the current ban on travel to and from Scotland and the rest of the UK. Again, this was a decision we did not take lightly. But as we seek to suppress this new strain here in Scotland, we must also guard against importing more of it from areas where it is already circulating more widely. This travel ban will therefore remain in place right throughout the festive period, including, unfortunately, on Christmas Day. And as the Chief Constable has set out, the police will be enhancing their enforcement of it. We also regrettably tightened other restrictions for the Christmas period. It is now possible to meet in a bubble of up to 8 people from 3 households on Christmas Day only and within Scotland only, rather than over a 5-day period across the UK. However, our strong advice remains not to meet indoors at all if possible. When it comes to indoor celebrations this year, by far the safest option is to stay in your own house with your own household. If you do plan to see people from other households on Christmas Day, please try to stay outdoors if you can. But if you are indoors, please keep the numbers as low and the duration as short as possible. Keep a safe distance as far as possible. Wash your hands and surfaces regularly and keep windows open. Presiding Officer, I can't tell you how sorry I am to be standing here saying these things, and there is no part of me oblivious to the impact of this. I don't just understand that impact, I feel that impact as everybody else does. But this is necessary to keep ourselves and our loved ones safe at this extremely difficult and challenging time. And I want to thank everyone today from the very bottom of my heart for making these sacrifices. The final but extremely significant decision announced on Saturday relates to schools. Keeping schools open has been a priority for the Scottish Government since August, and it remains a priority as far as possible. However, these recent developments and all aspects of them mean we need to take a precautionary approach, and we also need to give ourselves some time to further assess the situation. As a result, we've taken the very difficult decision, difficult for us to take, but more difficult for young people and parents affected, to delay the start of the new school term. Schools, of course, had been due to reopen from 5th January onwards. Now they will reopen from 5th January for children of key workers and for particularly vulnerable children only. Local authorities identified key workers at an earlier stage in the pandemic. An updated guidance was published last night. For all other pupils, the school term will start on 11th January. However, the first week of term at least will take place online. At this stage, our intention is that schools will get back to normal from the 18th of January. But of course, we will require to keep this under review. Presiding Officer, I know all of these measures are harsh and they are extremely difficult for individuals and for businesses. For so many businesses, I know that these announcements represent a horrible end to a terrible year. Financial support will remain available for businesses affected, and the Finance Secretary is urgently assessing what more the Scottish Government can do, particularly for the sectors most acutely affected. I also know that the developments of the past few days, while worrying for everyone, will cause particular anxiety for those who are shielding. The Chief Medical Officer has written to everyone on the shielding list who will enter level 4 on Saturday, setting out the advice that applies to you. This advice has also been sent by SMS text message and is available on the government website. The level 4 advice is of course restrictive, but it still encourages you to find a balance that is right for you. Among other things, the letter will advise that if you are on the shielding list and you cannot work from home, you should speak to your employer, who must put precautions in place to keep you safe. However, the letter also serves as a footnote which can be used to obtain statutory sick pay if you cannot safely go to work. The letter also provides details of how to get help, for example, if you have difficulties accessing food or groceries or other supplies in this period. Please don't hesitate to ask for support if you need it. Finally, Presiding Officer, on this matter, I know many people may question if these measures are strictly necessary, especially given Scotland's relatively low level of prevalence compared to other parts of the UK. My firm judgment is that they are absolutely necessary. They're not simply at this stage a response to our current situation, but they are necessary precautionary measures to avoid a significant deterioration in our situation caused by this new strain of the virus over the next few weeks. In short, these measures are essential to protect our National Health Service and to save lives. I do not expect a single person to be happy about them, but I do ask everyone to try to understand that these decisions would not have been taken if we did not consider them to be essential. Presiding Officer, before I close today, I want, of course, to address the impact of the decisions by a number of other countries to close their borders to the UK in response to the new strain of the virus. By far the most serious impact derives from the closure of the UK-French border to accompanied freight. I took part in a COBRA meeting on this issue yesterday and also chaired our own Resilience Committee. I was hoping that there would be another COBRA meeting again later today, but at the time I came to the Chamber, that was not yet confirmed, but I do hope that will happen. This situation is serious, it is urgent, and for our food exporters, it is rapidly deteriorating. It needs the UK Government to reach agreement with France without delay to get freight moving again. There is simply no time to lose. I want to stress at the outset that we have no concerns about medicine supplies at this stage. That was something covered in detail both at COBRA and at the Scottish Government Resilience Committee yesterday. And we also have no immediate concerns about food supplies. Supermarkets are well stocked, and so there is absolutely no need for anyone to buy more than planned in the run-up to Christmas. Of course, if the situation is not resolved in the next day or so, we may start to see pressure on some fresh produce after Christmas, but that is not a concern right now, and I hope it will not arise at all. However, what is of real and immediate concern is the impact on our food exporters, especially the Scottish seafood sector. This is the peak time of year for seafood exports, and the Christmas export trade is now almost certainly lost. That is devastating for our world-class seafood businesses, and they do need and will get our support. We are liaising with the sector on the need for immediate financial support, and I also raised the issue of compensation at COBRA yesterday. However, what the sector needs most of all is for the UK Government and France to agree a protocol to get freight moving again without delay. If that doesn't happen almost immediately, the sector stands to lose its New Year export trade too. Now, I very much hope a protocol will be agreed between the UK and France today. Indeed, I hope that we may even get movement during this statement. But that is not yet certain. And what is even less certain is how long any agreement will then take to be put into operation. The Scottish Government is and will continue to press the UK Government to give this the utmost priority, and we stand ready to help in any way we can. Since any solution is likely to include mass testing of freight drivers, that willingness to help includes a willingness, if the terms of the agreement allow, to provide testing facilities for our sector here in Scotland. I want to assure the sector, Parliament and the public generally that I and my ministers will remain fully and actively engaged on these matters until they are resolved. Presiding Officer, let me conclude. We are now, of course, just 3 days away from Christmas, and I am acutely aware that today's update has not had a festive feel to it at all. We have known that our path out of this pandemic would not always be smooth and straightforward, and that it would bring dark days and challenging periods. Saturday, I know, felt like a very dark and difficult day for all of us. And I know it's not possible for me to take away the heavy burden we all feel just with some hopeful words. But I do nevertheless want to end on a hopeful note, because hard though it is to feel it right now, there is hope on the horizon, and we must try not to lose sight of it. First, it is possible that we have found out about this new variant of COVID at an early enough stage to take effective preventative action. By moving quickly, we may be able to minimise its worst impacts. And all of us have a role to play in that. I know that it sometimes seems as though we're powerless in the face of this virus, but we are absolutely not. None of us can guarantee that we won't get or transmit it, but all of us can make choices that make that less likely. And that remains true of this new variant. It seems to transmit more easily, but it can still be stopped in its tracks by the facts advice we have emphasised so many times before. Face coverings, avoiding crowded places, cleaning your hands and surfaces, keeping 2 metres distance from people from other households, and self-isolating and getting tested immediately if you have symptoms. All of these things still work in reducing the transmission of this new strain. The new variant has made them more important than ever, and they are how we keep each other safe. So wherever you are, I would ask everyone to assume that the virus, and especially this new strain of it, is there with you, and to act in a way that will minimise the chances of spread. That's especially important because, and this is the real reason for hope, tens of thousands of people in Scotland have already been vaccinated against COVID. The updated figures will be published tomorrow. And of course, they include many of the people who were most at risk of dying from this virus. And as we do the difficult things in the weeks ahead to suppress the virus all over again, this time we are buying time for the vaccination programme to pick up pace. Though it might feel in the next few weeks that things are getting worse, and I know that in terms of health, jobs, living standards, that will be a reality for many. The fact is that things will also be getting better. The vaccines will be making sure of that, and they really do promise a route back to greater normality for all of us. In the past 9 months or so, we have come through a lot together, and I know the realisation that we have tough times still to come is really hard to bear. It's hard emotionally, it's hard practically, and for so many, it's very hard financially. The Scottish Government will continue to do all we can to offer help and support. But brighter days will come. Yesterday, in fact, was the shortest and darkest day of the year. From now on, the days get longer and lighter. Spring is on its way, and let's try to hold on to that. And for the moment, let's remember that the best gift we can give this Christmas to those we love is to keep them safe. So please follow the rules, remember facts, and look out for each other. At Christmas, just as we have done throughout this year, let's treat each other with kindness, compassion and love. I fully appreciate that this may not be the happiest of Christmases for everyone, but I do want to take the opportunity today, Presiding Officer, to wish everyone a peaceful and a healthy Christmas.
Thank you very much. The First Minister will now take questions on the issues raised in her statement. I intend to allow around 45 minutes for questions, after which we will move on to the next item of business. It would be helpful if members who wish to ask a question were to press their request to speak buttons now. I call Ruth Davidson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This week's news has undeniably been a setback when we thought a corner had been turned in the fight against this virus. The promise of a vaccine and the chance to see loved ones again, even only for a brief time over Christmas, gave people real hope for a respite. And it seems doubly cruel to have plans snatched away from them, even if they understand why. And most people do. They understand the need to make sacrifices to suppress this new strain, but in return they are demanding as much clarity from this government as is conceivably possible. The national Tier 4 lockdown scheduled for Boxing Day will have come as an even greater shock to those people in Tiers 1 and 2 who had no previous indication that they'd be facing the most severe restrictions seen since March. They are asking whether the tier system has now been abandoned for good, or whether we can expect a return to more localised restrictions, and if so, when. And parents everywhere, now scrambling to cancel Christmas plans and find ways to balance work and childcare well into the new year, need clarity on exactly what is expected of them now the return to schools and nurseries has been suspended until the 18th. This doesn't just impact on their family life, it affects their ability to work and pay the bills. People accept that there is much about this new strain that we don't yet know, but they are growing weary of seeing supposedly time-limited fire breaks stretching into months. They will be rightly concerned to have just heard the First Minister say that the 18th January return date is under review. So can the First Minister give parents at home an idea of how likely it will be that children will return to classrooms from the 18th of January, or do they need to start preparing now for a long haul of blended learning at home?
First Minister.
I will do as I have tried to do every day over the past 10 months, and that is give people as much clarity as I possibly can. I will do that every day over the Christmas and New Year period if that is what is necessary and there are updates I can reasonably give to people. But I've also tried to be frank. We are dealing with a virus that we have always known to be unpredictable, but we have discovered just in the last few days how unpredictable it can be. We do not yet understand everything about this new strain. We have scientists literally as we speak trying to understand to what extent it is more transmissible, to understand who it may be more likely to transmit to, and to understand and hopefully be able to confirm beyond any doubt that it doesn't cause more severe illness and that it will not undermine vaccines or treatments. So over the days to come, and literally over the days to come, I think we will learn more about this. The other thing we've got to give ourselves assurance of over this next period is that the restrictions and measures we have in place are sufficient to suppress it. It took a really strict lockdown earlier in the year to get the R number back below 1. It got to about 0.6. And we face a situation now where R is around 1 again, lower in Scotland than it is in some other parts of the UK, and we have a virus that is transmitting more quickly and may in itself add 0.4 to R. That shows the scale of the challenge we've got, so we have to give ourselves time to know that we are taking the right actions to suppress it. We will learn more, and I will share as much as we know with the public as openly as possible. On the two specific points, I know how devastating it would have been for everybody on Saturday to hear that we were going to level 4 across most of the country on Saturday. That would have been particularly devastating for those areas in the lower levels. But it is really important for me to be clear. This is not action that is in response to current rates of prevalence. This is preventative action because we see a train coming rapidly down the track at us and we're trying to get out of its way. That's why the whole of mainland Scotland has to go to level 4 to prevent what we think will be a rapidly deteriorating situation. And lastly, on education and childcare, we will, if it is at all possible, get schools back open again on the 18th of January. That has been a priority. It continues to be a priority for all the reasons we understand and I think all of us agree on. And if that means the rest of us living under more severe restrictions, then we will not shy away from saying that as well. But we have to give ourselves the time to understand this virus a little bit more. One of the things that the scientists are exploring right now is whether this virus is transmitting more easily to young people. Now, there is no consensus on that right now, and there is no definitive conclusion on that, but it is one of the things that is currently being explored by the scientific community. So we will do everything we can to get the whole country back to normal as quickly as possible. But this next period, it is really important that all of us really do all of these things to help bring that about. And as I say, I will keep the country updated as far as possible right throughout the Christmas period.
I call on Richard Leonard.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It's clear that the government's strategic framework, launched less than 2 months ago, was at the weekend abandoned. The decision to move every part of mainland Scotland to level 4 from Boxing Day for an indefinite period, meaning the closure of all hospitality, all pubs and restaurants, all non-essential retail, all public buildings, all gyms, all indoor tourism attractions, all museums and galleries for an indefinite period is a drastic move. And this time, 3 weeks does not sound like 3 weeks, but considerably longer. The First Minister has told us that this is a proportionate public health response given the virulence of the new strain of the virus. So will the First Minister also make a proportionate response in other ways? Will she step up government support for businesses, workers and families across Scotland directly affected by this government decision? Will the government step up levels of support for mental health and mental well-being services? And if the new strain of the virus is 70% more transmissible than the original virus, will the government urgently increase the number of daily tests carried out in Scotland by 70%, improve the capacity, utilisation and performance of Test and Protect by 70%? And will the First Minister commit today, as soon as it is practically possible, to a 70% acceleration in the rollout of the vaccination programme?
First Minister.
Presiding Officer, I hope people will forgive me. I'm, like many people across the country, probably feeling a bit overtired at the moment, but words almost fail me in response to that. I have to be perfectly honest. Firstly, and sorry, I should have given this answer partly in relation to Ruth Davidson, we have not abandoned the strategic framework. We will try to get back to a levels approach where we apply levels to different parts of the country depending on the prevalence of the virus as quickly as we possibly can. So we haven't abandoned our strategic approach. What we have done is not stand there static, clinging to an approach where we've got a train coming down the track that is going to run us over. We've decided to respond to the evidence that we have a new strain of the virus that none of us saw coming, none of us predicted that this would happen right now. And like all other parts of the UK, like other countries, right now Ireland has just decided stringent new measures, even although they don't yet have identified cases of this virus. We have decided to respond in a preventative, precautionary way in order to make sure that by the end of January we don't have a health service that has been overwhelmed, that we haven't run out of hospital beds and ICU beds. Instead, we have managed to ward this off and suppress the virus again. And I am so sorry that we are having to do this, but I would be even sorrier and people would have every right to be very, very angry at me if I didn't take this action and let the country just deal with the impact of what is coming down the track at us. So I will continue to try to take the difficult but necessary decisions to keep us as safe as I possibly can. Yes, we will continue to look at how we step up support. I said in my statement, the Finance Secretary is already urgently looking at business support to see what more we can do. That will be true across a range of responsibilities. In terms of Richard Leonard's final 2 points, that, I'm afraid, is where words start to fail me. We have plenty of testing capacity. We are building up our testing capacity. These are not simple equations with about a virus being 70% more transmissible, meaning we need 70% more test capacity. The reason I can give some of the detail that I give every day right now is because we are testing so many people, and we will continue to make sure we've got that capacity. We're also rolling out lateral flow testing, although one of the things that we need to assure ourselves of is that lateral flow testing is sensitive enough in the face of this new strain. But on the vaccine, we will roll this vaccine out just as quickly as supplies allow us to do. I cannot, and nobody would love more than me to be able to magic vaccine supplies out of nowhere. I cannot do that, unfortunately. So we are working hard to make sure that as soon as the supplies come, we've got the supplies we expected from the Pfizer vaccine this year. Tens of thousands of people have already had their first dose of the vaccine. We're hoping that other vaccines will get approval in the UK shortly, and as soon as those supplies become available, we will get those vaccines to people and get those doses of vaccines into as many arms as we can. But we are dependent on the vaccine developers, the companies, the supply chains allowing us to do that, and I really would hope that Richard Leonard would understand that.
I call on Patrick Harvey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I share, of course, the dismay that we all feel at this increasingly dangerous situation. If the new strain is established and growing in Scotland, then it seems clear that much of the country must be prepared to deal with a heightened threat over the months ahead, not just over the weeks ahead. And there remains, as the First Minister said, an open question about the suggestion that this new strain could be more infectious to children and young people. The Greens have consistently backed measures to improve safety in schools, and we welcome the announcement of the delay to the new term. We all want to keep schools open, but not at all costs. Does the First Minister recognise that many teachers and school staff already feel that their safety has not been prioritised during the pandemic, and that at the very least their call for widespread routine testing should be accepted? How does the First Minister respond to the recent EIS comment that moving back to level 4 should result in the government considering moves toward blended or remote learning? Schools, they say, cannot stay open at all costs. The safety of pupils and staff has to be the priority. And can the First Minister update the Parliament on what action is being taken to protect vulnerable teachers when schools finally do return?
First Minister.
These are all important issues. Firstly, yes, I do accept that many teachers feel as if their safety has not been prioritised. What I don't accept is that that is true from the government's perspective, but if teachers feel that, then I recognise and accept that we continue to have work to do to assure and to reassure them, and we will continue to do that. We are looking at, and have been for the last few weeks, and are developing plans for more mass testing in schools in the new year. We are trying to do that sensibly and on a sustainable basis. Some of the plans that have been set out in other parts of the UK, as we have seen from the reaction of teachers themselves in recent days, perhaps haven't got that sense of deliverability and sustainability, but that is very clearly a part of our thinking. I did say earlier on in relation to Richard Leonard, and it's worth repeating here, that one of the, at the moment, and I hope this will be clarified in a positive way very soon, but at the moment, one of the questions we are seeking to have answered is whether lateral flow testing devices are effective against this new strain of the virus. But teacher safety, pupil safety, the safety of everybody who works in our schools is a priority. And I think that we have taken public health advice every step of the way. And while I recognise the concerns, I think the fact that we have managed to keep schools open while keeping prevalence of the virus at a lower level than many other areas is a success. But the new development means that we have to be precautionary till we learn more about the virus, not least till we learn more about this issue of transmissibility amongst young people. So we will be precautionary and we will take great care over the decisions we take. In terms of blended learning, I think it's in the interest of young people to be back in school full-time as quickly as possible, but you should, of course, hear everything I've just said about precaution and safety. The fact of the matter is it has always been the case that blended learning is there as an option on a school-by-school basis if it is required, and that will continue to be the case. We will not compromise or gamble with the safety of teachers and young people, but I think everybody recognises that it is in the interest of young people to be in school full-time if at all possible, and that's what we want to get back to as quickly as this virus allows.
Willie Rennie.
We appreciate the reasons for the decisions at the weekend. When the science speaks so starkly, plans do need to change. Will the First Minister be reviewing the range of indicators as we learn more about the new strain of the virus? And on hospitals, at least 135,000 operations were cancelled earlier this year in the lockdown. And we know that for safety reasons, hospitals have limited the number of elective surgery operations since then. But I'm concerned about reports that ever greater numbers of operations have been cancelled, that some hospitals have cancelled all non-urgent procedures, and that some NHS boards are considering following suit. So what can the First Minister tell me more about that? And does she expect more NHS boards will cancel all non-urgent operations in the near future?
First Minister.
We were already reviewing the indicators. I think I set that out in my statement last week, so we will continue with that process over the Christmas period, and obviously we'll come back to Parliament with the outcome of that. We were taking the opportunity to review the indicators, but also the content of each levels, and as I said today, this new development makes it all the more urgent that we look at the content of level 4 restrictions and whether the current restrictions are sufficient. In terms of Health Board capacity and decisions on elective treatment, we want as much elective treatment to continue. We want to get back to normal in as much of that as possible, and that is a priority. We discussed that at the Cabinet meeting that we had earlier today. But this does depend on our ability to suppress this virus. To put it bluntly, the more patients that require hospital treatment and intensive care treatment for COVID, and the more staff that are required to support that, and of course the greater the levels of infection, the more hospital and NHS staff generally are likely to be off sick, because like the rest of the population they are more likely to be having that, then the less able the NHS will be to do normal business. But we are supporting the NHS to get that balance as right as possible. I cannot guarantee that no NHS board or no hospital will have to postpone elective treatment, but we are trying to support the NHS through this as much as possible to reduce the backlog of this year and to stop that backlog as far as possible rising any further. But I suppose my closing point here would be a plea to everybody. All of us can help the NHS right now. It goes back to the early part of this pandemic when we all acted in a way that was to protect our NHS. The NHS needs us to do that again. It needs us all in our personal behaviour to do everything we can to suppress this virus. That's what all of us can do to try to keep our NHS safe.
Thank you. I'm keen to get in every questioner if I possibly can, and I would appreciate the assistance of all concerned to achieve that. Can I call Bruce Crawford to be followed by Jamie Green?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, at this crucial time when dealing with the deadly an unseen killer virus. How important does the Scottish Government view the relationship between European Centre for Disease Control and the medical and scientific expert community in the UK? And does it not feel hardly in the extreme to sever this important relationship because of Brexit at this crucial moment in time, when as a country we are dealing with a deeply serious public health emergency, and for this reason alone, an extension to the Brexit period would make absolute common sense?
First Minister.
Well, it's vital that the UK, in my view, maintains its current access to the European Centre for Disease Control and Prevention. It's an important network of cross-border health expertise. It is also a source of very valuable data. There's probably not a day goes by right now when I don't look at the data on its website because it is extremely important, but it's important obviously for many more reasons than that. It is a fact that a no-deal Brexit scenario will jeopardise that access. I think that is highly concerning as we continue to fight the COVID pandemic. The Scottish Government is working with the UK Government to maintain access and to try to ensure that practical arrangements are in place as a stopgap in the event of no deal. The consequences of ending the Brexit transition period during a pandemic were predictable and predicted, and those concurrent risks adding up to a perfect storm are actually starting to become very real before our very eyes. That was evident in the COBRA meeting yesterday as we were dealing with all of the implications of the closure of the border happening now. Brexit plans being activated, stockpiles already being activated, when we may face all of this again in just a few days' time. So I really do hope that although they rejected this yesterday, the UK Government will think again and act responsibly. Businesses, citizens, everybody need preferably a deal now, but more important, they need a period where we will not have any self-inflicted disruption when we've got so much inevitable and unavoidable disruption to deal with.
Jamie Green, to be followed by Annabel Ewing.
Thank you. I've read the many letters being sent to parents today about access to the learning hubs, and it's clear from those letters that the definition of key worker is vague. It varies from council to council and will clearly result in a postcode lottery of childcare come January. They're also stating that both parents must be key workers to qualify for the hubs, which puts many of our frontline workers in an impossible situation. So can I ask why there is no clear countrywide guidance over access to these hubs? And what is the First Minister's message to those families who are facing the unenviable choice of being either out of pocket or out of a job?
First Minister.
The reason why the guidance is as it is that local authorities requested flexibility to put in place their own local arrangements, and I would appeal to local authorities to continue to liaise very closely with parents to make sure that their arrangements are as they need to be. This is an incredibly difficult time for everybody. It is a particularly difficult time for parents who are trying again to juggle the demands of work with the demands of childcare. Obviously, even in level 4, if there are no other options, then there is access to childcare and informal childminding and informal childcare arrangements. But we encourage local authorities to make sure that they are as expansive as possible in the definitions they use for key workers. The most important thing all of us need to try to do, led of course by the actions the government is taking, is to get this virus and this new strain in particular under control and suppressed as much and as far as we can, so that this next period of these most stringent restrictions impacting particularly on schools and childcare will be as short as it is feasible for it to be.
Annabel Ewing, to be followed by Alec Rowley.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. People in my Cowdenbeath constituency across Fife and indeed Scotland will want to have as much clarity as it is possible about the weeks that lie ahead. Can the First Minister therefore confirm on what date the review of the 3-week level 4 regime to apply to the whole of mainland Scotland from Boxing Day will take place, on the basis of what criteria the review will be conducted, and when the upshot of that review will be communicated to the public? Thank you.
First Minister.
We will carry out the review 2 weeks after the commencement of these on Boxing Day, and I will set out the outcome of that in Parliament on that day. Forgive me, I'm probably going to get the dates wrong. I think that will be on the 12th of January. And we will be as clear as we can be about the reasons for the decisions we take in that review, and we will try to keep level 4 restrictions as short as possible. I want to give people as much clarity as possible, but while I understand the desire for clarity, it's a normal human desire that I share and also want to deliver on. I don't think people want me just to say things that perhaps I think they want to hear right now, that then have to be reversed later on. I think we have to try and set out the situation as clearly as possible to people as we go along, explaining the implications and explaining the difficulties as we go. And that's what I will try to do even over this next period, or perhaps especially over this next period when people will be worried about the situation that will pertain at the start of the year.
Alec Rowley, to be followed by Christine Graeme.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, you've said that scientists are investigating claims that this new variant of the virus spreads more easily in children. Indeed, they say this could account for a significant proportion of the increase of the transmission in the south of England. So in light of this, what steps will the Scottish Government take to examine that evidence? And what actions will you take to ensure that there is effective teaching and learning through blended methods if any further delays to return to schools are necessary? And what steps will the Government take to provide greater support for those in most need and at greatest risks when our schools are closed?
First Minister.
I think the operative word in the early part of Alec Rowley's question there rightly was could. There is not yet a definitive consensus amongst experts about whether it is the case that this new strain of the virus is more likely to infect children, but it is something that is under active exploration. The Chief Medical Officer updated Cabinet today on that, made very clear that that was not something we could be definitive about right now, and I have read accounts just this morning of scientific opinion saying that they are pretty certain this is the case, and other scientific opinion saying that they don't think it is. So we need to wait and see what the consensus that emerges is. We have contingency arrangements in place for blended learning. One of the reasons that we have taken the precautionary approach to the start of the new term is because of the uncertainty around this new strain, and we will have arrangements for blended learning for as long as that is necessary. We hope that is as short a time as possible. We've already taken steps to help those in more deprived communities with online access and in other ways, and we will continue to do that, particularly if, and I hope it is not, we are facing a lengthier period where children are not in school full-time.
Christine Graeme, to be followed by Donald Cameron.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, I refer to your statement in particular that the incidence of COVID in Scotland is half that of England and that the cross-border travel ban will be in place on Christmas Day. Given that the Chief Constable has ruled out roadblocks and checkpoints, and I appreciate these are operational decisions for him, are you satisfied the law can be enforced, and have you been advised what policing is taking place across the English side of the border?
First Minister.
Can I just be clear on one point, because I'm just aware that maybe how I'm expressing this gives rise to a misleading impression. It's not the case that this travel ban between Scotland and the rest of the UK is only in place on Christmas Day. It is in place for the foreseeable future, including Christmas Day. The travel restrictions, although we are not encouraging people to travel to meet indoors if at all possible, but the travel restrictions are lifted on Christmas Day in Scotland, but that does not apply to travel between Scotland and the rest of the UK. It is, of course, an operational matter for the Chief Constable to decide how and to what extent to enforce this law. Obviously, I've discussed it with the Chief Constable. He joined me yesterday for the daily update. He has taken decisions to double patrols and has set out very clearly the approach the police will take. And I have confidence in the ability of the police to enforce where necessary, just as they have done with the regulations throughout the pandemic. Obviously, it's not for me to comment on policing on the English side of the border, but I'm sure the police there are cognisant of these arrangements as well. The last point I would make here, and it's a point I made yesterday and will continue to make, people should abide by these restrictions, not because they are likely to get stopped by the police if they don't. They should abide by these restrictions because they are there to keep us all safe. When we get in a car these days and put on a seatbelt, I don't think many of us do that in case we get caught not wearing a seatbelt. We do that because we know it can save our lives, and people should see these restrictions in the same way. They're a tough aspect of what we're being asked to do right now, but they are necessary to stop any more, as far as we can, of this strain of the virus coming into Scotland as we do all these difficult things to suppress it here.
Donald Cameron, to be followed by Willie Coffey.
Thank you. The First Minister may be aware of reports that the University Hospital Wishaw has closed a number of wards to new admissions following a spike in COVID-19 admissions. Can the First Minister provide Parliament with an update on the general capacity in our hospitals, given that when standard admissions are suspended, it puts further pressure on the NHS due to the already significant backlog of operations and appointments?
First Minister.
I'll ask the Health Secretary to write to the member and to copy this to all members, just to give an update before we get into the Christmas period of hospital capacity and what pressures there are on that. It is, of course, for individual health boards to manage any capacity pressures that they have, and we do know that Lanarkshire, like Greater Glasgow and Clyde, and more recently Grampian, are having significant pressure from COVID generally. That's been the case in Borders in terms of the NHS in recent days as well. Overall, the capacity in the health sector, if we look at the numbers I've given today for those in hospital and those in intensive care, they are significantly below overall capacity. They're also below the peak levels we saw earlier in the year. There are some parts of the UK where both of these things, certainly in hospital capacity and in some cases ICU capacity, have already exceeded that peak. So we are not in a position where we can be complacent. We are working with the NHS to manage this, but I come back to that central point that the more we can stop this strain of the virus taking hold, then the more ability we will have to ensure that our NHS can cope with COVID patients, but also, as they are doing that, continue to treat people with non-COVID conditions as well.
Willie Coffey, to be followed by Jackie Bailey.
Thank you. Can I ask the First Minister to elaborate on the discussions her government has had with the UK government regarding the temporary closure of our major ports and transport links? And will she call on the UK government to take some responsibility and work to reach agreement with France on the protocol that she mentioned earlier that will get freight moving again for the sake of Scotland's valuable seafood sector as the situation is becoming critical?
First Minister.
I took part in a COBRA meeting yesterday where these issues were discussed. I was concerned yesterday and remain concerned today that the timescale for both the agreement of a protocol with France, but perhaps more particularly the implementation of that agreement may take more time than, frankly, our seafood sector has. We will continue to press the UK government to take all necessary steps, but also, more importantly, we will ensure that we are offering any help and support. One of the things that we don't know yet, unless there may well have been developments in this since we've been in the chamber that I am not aware of, but one of the unknown questions is if this solution, as I think it almost certainly will do, involves mass testing of drivers, whether that will be PCR testing or lateral flow testing. So once we know that, we can look at the arrangements we can put in place to test drivers in Scotland before they start their journey. So we will do everything we can to help. We will continue to liaise with the seafood sector. It's in everybody's interest to see this resolved just as quickly as possible. Do you want to maybe keep it down?
Jackie Bailey, to be followed by Joan McAlpine.
Hospitality and tourism businesses in my constituency and across Scotland face huge bills in January, whether it's payment of self-assessment, deferred VAT or national insurance and pension contributions for staff who are currently on furlough, and they have no income over the next 3 weeks over what is normally their busiest period. They are saying they need a greater level of support from both the Scottish and UK governments, and they need it now. So will the First Minister adopt a targeted approach and increase the help provided?
First Minister.
Well, as I said in my statement, I think I've said since then in response to questions, the Finance Secretary is urgently looking at what more we can do. There is significant financial support already available, and I would encourage all affected businesses to apply for that. The details are available on local government websites and indeed, I believe, on the Scottish Government website. But we do recognise there is more help that businesses are going to need given the implications of what we are now dealing with and likely to be dealing with into the new year. And the Finance Secretary will report back on that once she's had the opportunity to complete that assessment.
Joan McAlpine, to be followed by Jamie Halcrow-Johnson.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. The First Minister knows that Gretna is the wedding capital of Scotland and it's also in a lower prevalence area. I have been contacted by a number of constituents in Gretna and East Annandale concerned that wedding guests are travelling from higher prevalence parts of the UK, such as the south of England, despite the cross-border travel ban, as Level 1 Dumfries and Galloway, both weddings and small receptions are permitted. Can the First Minister explain how moving to Level 4 areas across Scotland will protect my constituents in the Gretna area? And given that there are many local jobs involved, how will the wedding industry and its supply chain be supported under Level 4 restrictions?
First Minister.
Well, this is a really tough time for the wedding industry across the country, and that is undoubtedly particularly true in Gretna. We've recently allocated funding for the sector and its supply chain, and we'll seek to ensure that those who have had little or in some cases no support since March are particularly targeted for that support. I deeply regret the fact that trade like this, cross-border trade and the impact on particular sectors and businesses is unavoidable right now. But it is unavoidable because stopping travel, both within Scotland and from Scotland to other parts of the UK, is a key part of trying not to spread this strain any further. We know it already exists in Scotland and we have to suppress it here, but we think it is still at lower levels and therefore it's really important to stop importing any more of it. And that's true for the entirety of Scotland, but obviously that has particular resonance in terms of the border parts of both Scotland and England. So we don't want these restrictions to be in place for any longer than necessary, but they are necessary right now, which is why I encourage everybody to strictly abide by them.
Jamie Halcrow-Johnson, to be followed by Kenneth Gibson.
The increased restrictions that the First Minister announced on Saturday is causing a great deal of concern for Scotland's tourism businesses. Many of which were already worried, even with the belated support for the sector the Finance Secretary announced a couple of weeks ago. So can I ask the First Minister, when will the first payments from that support be in the hands of these businesses? And will the impact of these increased restrictions be reflected in this and in any future additional packages of support for our beleaguered tourism industry?
First Minister.
Of course, the restrictions we announced, regrettably so, reflect restrictions that are unfortunately in place in all parts of the UK and indeed in many other parts of the world right now. We have to be very clear that while the impact on business is understood and it is severe and it is heartbreaking, we would make that impact worse if we didn't act appropriately to try to suppress the virus. That obviously brings responsibilities on us to make sure that businesses are appropriately supported. I've already said the Finance Secretary is looking again at additional support for business. She has just recently announced additional funding for tourism in particular, and the processes are underway to get that money flowing to businesses as quickly as possible. For tourism, perhaps more than for any other sector in our economy, the support that will be required is not just likely to be greater than they are getting right now, but longer term as well. This is a sector that has been deeply affected, which is why the Tourism Task Force looked not just at immediate measures, but at medium and long-term support as well. And the Tourism Minister and the Cabinet is fully engaged in making sure that we respond appropriately.
Thank you. Kenneth Gibson, to be followed by Pauline McNeill.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, given that no ferries will run on Christmas Day, will islanders and their loved ones on the mainland be allowed to visit each other from Christmas Eve to Boxing Day? Only a very small minority of people will actually travel, so the risk must be tiny. It's surely unfair that this minority of islanders and their families will be denied the same opportunities as everyone else to spend Christmas Day together, and a number of my island constituents and mainland constituents have expressed their dismay should they have been able to do so.
First Minister.
I know it's unfair. It is unfair. This virus is unfair to everybody, but that's the point. It's not fair, and we're having to take decisions now that are very, very difficult for people, and we cannot give exemptions to these rules because every small exemption that is given, other than really necessary ones for people who need to care for people, all add up to greater risk of this virus spreading. I said this yesterday, I spent quite a lot of time on Saturday night when I got home after making these horrible announcements, that reading emails that people had sent me. Most of them were people who understood the necessity, but they were also setting out, often in heartbreaking terms, the impact on them and their families. I can't take away that impact for everybody. I dearly wish I could, but I do want people to know that I understand it and that we will do everything we can within the bounds of what we need to do to keep this virus suppressed to try to mitigate the impact. But none of this is fair on anybody right now.
Pauline McNeill, to be followed by Claire Adamson.
Can the First Minister share the modelling on the vaccine rollout? So I'm aware from question and answer yesterday that Clinical Director Jason Leach has said, well, we plan to vaccinate more than 4 million Scots. But I wondered if the First Minister can share at any time where we might expect to be in January, March, February. Is there a date in June, for example, that you're aiming for? And I fully appreciate that I'm asking for modelling and these are just plans. And I just wondered if at any point the First Minister could share with us where we might expect to be.
First Minister.
I'm not sure this is a question for modelling. This is about how we match the supply of the vaccine to those groups that we need to vaccinate. I believe there was information that set out these timelines circulated to MSPs last week or the week before. I know the Health Secretary is making a statement tomorrow and will give the up-to-date information. In broad terms, our objective, assuming we get the supplies that we are expecting in the timescale that we are expecting them, is that JCVI priority list that has been published so far, which broadly speaking is everybody aged 50 and above, will have been vaccinated by the spring this year. But obviously that is still subject to uncertainty because of the inherent uncertainties around supply. After that, into the summer, we are hoping that we will be in a position to move on to the rest of the population, because of course this is a vaccination programme that is intended to reach everybody in the adult population. But we are dependent on the supplies coming through, and we will keep Parliament updated as greater certainty and clarity around that becomes more concrete.
Claire Adamson, to be followed by Annie Wells.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. To ask the First Minister what discussions the Scottish Government has had with the UK Government on the security of medicine supplies in the event of a no-deal Brexit. Many families will be concerned seeing the scenes from Kent at the moment. And does the First Minister agree with me that the most pragmatic approach and safest approach for everyone would be for the UK Government to seek a Brexit transition extension so that we could avoid some of these problems?
First Minister.
Well, we discussed the issues of medicine supply at length, both at Cobra yesterday, but also at the Scottish Government Resilience Committee. I think the Health Secretary is indicating to me she has further Four Nations discussions later this week on that very issue. As I said in my statement, we have no immediate concerns about supplies of medicines or medical supplies, and we have no immediate concerns about supplies of the COVID vaccines. Obviously, we require to keep all of that under very close review. The discussions we were having yesterday to some extent were inevitable. This is a new strain of the virus that has led other countries to respond, and therefore the issues around the border there are part of dealing with this particular crisis, and I think we all understand the necessity of that. What is less easy, I think, for us to understand and certainly for us to accept is having to discuss these things in the context of something that is completely self-inflicted. And therefore I do hope that we see measures taken, whatever they require to be, to avoid any disruption caused by Brexit over this next 2-week period. Frankly, the country has got enough on its plate to deal with right now. We're dealing with COVID, we're dealing with a new strain of COVID, we're trying to get a vaccination programme rolled out. We are going into winter. We may be, over the next few weeks, dealing with severe weather as well. We do not need the disruption that Brexit will bring, and I really do hope the UK Government do whatever it takes to avoid that.
Annie Wells, to be followed by Bob Doris.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, recently the Equality and Human Rights Commission said it found that throughout the pandemic, clear evidence the rights of Scotland's care home residents and staff had been ignored by Scottish Government ministers. They said the need to uphold the rights of residents to be treated equally, with dignity and with respect, have not been taken into account. Meanwhile, care home staff, despite their best efforts, have been ill-equipped to provide vital support and care to residents, many of who were nearing the end of life. The Scottish Conservatives agree with the Equality and Human Rights Commission that there must be a public inquiry into this matter. First Minister, what progress has been made in establishing this inquiry?
First Minister.
We've already committed to public inquiry. The Health Secretary is taking forward the plans for that. No public inquiry on any issue can simply be set up overnight. There are matters that take time to get right, the appointment of the judge who will oversee it, the remit, all of the other preparatory action. And as I think the Chief Executive of Scottish Care said not that long ago, these are all really important matters, but nothing matters more right now than dealing with the daily reality of this pandemic. That matters for vulnerable people in our care homes, it matters for their relatives, and it matters to the whole country. And that's what I'm going to keep my focus and the focus of my government on 100% of the time right now.
Bob Doris, to be followed by John Scott.
Presiding Officer, I have previously asked for a review of Level 4 restrictions to see greater flexibility at Level 4 around gyms, health and fitness, given their positive mental health impact. As the First Minister has suggested, a potential further toughening of Level 4 restrictions may be required, and I absolutely understand why. That flexibility is clearly unlikely to happen over the next few weeks. However, can I ask the First Minister, as we emerge from this latest challenge, and we will do so, will she consider future flexibilities at Level 4, even though, understandably, at the moment, that is clearly not the current direction of travel?
First Minister.
Yes, of course we will, and I absolutely understand the importance of physical exercise and activity to people's physical health, but also to their mental health. And while this pandemic, the focus of that is on protecting people's physical health, actually it's the mental health impact that we may well be living with for longer. So nobody is in any way oblivious to the real importance of having gyms open and encouraging and supporting people to take care of their physical health so that they can support their mental health. Unfortunately, I suspect that over the immediate period, we may have to look at tightening Level 4 restrictions rather than easing them. But hopefully, as we go further into next year, the opposite can be true, and absolutely making sure that people have access to physical activity will be absolutely at or very near the top of that list of priorities.
And finally, and briefly, please, John Scott.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Capacity in Ayrshire, and particularly concerns about IC bed capacity in Ayrshire and indeed across Scotland, and the lack of available staff for the Louisa Jordan units in the worst case scenarios. What reassurance can the First Minister give in keeping ICU beds available to the people of Ayrshire and Scotland, and provide details of how Louisa Jordan hospitals will be staffed if they are needed?
First Minister.
Well, we will continue to give details of that. We have very robust plans in place around escalation for intensive care. Right now, there is no pressure. Of course, there is pressure on intensive care, but we are not near running out of intensive care beds. We have still got plans that would allow us to increase ICU capacity. That is true across Scotland as a whole for ICU. It is true for hospital beds. Individual health boards will face pressures at given times. Lanarkshire in recent weeks has faced probably the most acute pressure in that sense, and of course mutual aid arrangements will kick in between health boards as well. Thus far, we have not required to use the Louisa Jordan for COVID-related matters. We, at this stage, still do not consider that we will require to use that, but we will keep that under review, and should that change, we will set out the operational plans for that. The Louisa Jordan has, of course, been seeing patients, thousands of patients actually, helping with the reducing of the backlog. It would not be true to stand here and say, and it's true, it would not be true for the Health Secretary either, to say that we don't have concerns about hospital capacity. Part of what is driving the very tough action that we are taking right now is to protect our hospital capacity for COVID patients and for non-COVID patients. But right now, the Health Service is operating within that capacity, and we will continue to support it to do so.
Thank you very much. That concludes questions on the statement, and we will move on in a moment to the next item of business. Can I remind members that social distancing measures are in place in the Chamber and across the Holyrood campus, and please ask members to observe these measures during the course of this afternoon's business, including when entering and exiting the Chamber. The next item of business is a debate on motion 23762 in the name of Nicola Sturgeon on the appointment of a junior Scottish Minister. Members should note that the question on the motion will be put immediately after this debate, and I invite the First Minister to speak to and move the motion.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I seek Parliament's approval today for the appointment of Angela Constance as a Scottish Junior Minister. Let me first begin by reiterating the point I made last week at First Minister's questions, that the drug death figures published last week are completely unacceptable. Behind each and every one of these statistics lies a real human story, one of tragedy, of lost opportunity and of grieving families. The appointment of a dedicated Minister for Drug Policy, who will report directly to me, signals the renewed determination of this Government to take on the challenge and tackle the level of drug-related deaths in our society. Angela's task is to ensure that not only do we prevent people dying from drugs, but we also help those with drug addiction live better and healthier lives. She is well aware that taking on this role is an enormous responsibility, but she brings to it significant personal and professional experience. In a previous life as a prison social worker, and more recently, of course, as Cabinet Secretary responsible for tackling poverty, inequality and homelessness, Angela has dealt first-hand with many of the issues that are often closely linked to problem drug use. She also has a track record of taking on tough issues. In a previous ministerial role, Angela Constance took on the very specific and at that time urgent task of tackling rising youth unemployment in the face of a severe recession. After listening to the broad range of views on how to solve the crisis, the measures she put in place helped drive youth unemployment in Scotland to one of the lowest levels in the EU. That was a significant achievement and one of the reasons I believe she is at this point the right person for this job. The challenges she faces in this role are different to those ones, but I know she has not wasted a moment before getting down to business. She's already engaging with members of the task force. Her and I had a lengthy discussion about the challenges and priorities yesterday, and I understand she is arranging to speak to opposition spokespeople as soon as possible. Alongside Angela Constance's appointment, I'm also making some other changes to the Scottish Government's ministerial team. I have appointed Mary Goujon as Minister for Public Health and Sport to replace Joe Fitzpatrick. I want to take this opportunity, Presiding Officer, to thank Joe Fitzpatrick for his service. He himself recognised that it was time for fresh leadership on the drugs challenge, but Joe brought a decency and determination to government that I am grateful for. As part of Mary's responsibilities, she will take the lead on the delivery of COVID-19 testing across Scotland, with Jean Freeman leading on the rollout of the vaccine across the country. And with responsibility for improving the country's health, it of course helps that Mary is herself very physically active and puts us all regularly to shame with her dedication to keeping fit. I'd like to say my 10k time is faster than hers, but, well, I'm just keeping mine confidential. Ben McPherson will take on the role of Minister for Rural Affairs and the Natural Environment at a critical time in the fight against climate change and as we take new steps to protect our diverse and wonderful natural environment. Jenny Gilruth will take on responsibility for migration in addition to her role as Minister for Europe and International Development. And finally, Ivan McKee will work with the Finance Secretary to support business through the pandemic, take forward work to ensure that our procurement policies are backing Scottish business, following up on his recent work on building the PPE supply chain, and he will also support the Finance Secretary in finalising the budget, which is due to be published in January. Presiding Officer, as we come toward the end of what has been a tough year for the whole country and as we look towards what will be an unusual Christmas, it's clear that the country is being buffeted by a number of different headwinds. Neither I nor my ministerial team will be taking much of a break over the next couple of weeks. We will be working closely together to prepare Scotland for what will be a busy and challenging 2021. Today's appointments ensure that this government remains fit and ready for the challenges ahead, and I move the motion in my name.
Thank you very much, First Minister. No other member has asked to speak in relation to this motion, and the question therefore is that motion 23762, in the name of Nicola Sturgeon, on the appointment of a junior Scottish Minister, be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Thank you very much. I will briefly suspend this meeting until we move on to the next item of business. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues. We're going to resume parliamentary business. And our first item of business is consideration of business motion 23774. In the name of Graeme Day, on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, setting out a Stage 3 timetable. I don't believe any member wishes to speak against the motion, but could I ask the Minister to move the motion?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. No member has indicated they wish to speak against the motion. The question, therefore, is that motion 23774 be passed. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. So we're going to turn to Stage 3 proceedings on the UK withdrawal from the European Union Continuity Scotland Bill. In dealing with the amendments, members should have with them the bill as amended at Stage 2, the marshalled list and the grouping of amendments. And I would remind members that, as usual, the division bell will sound and proceedings will be suspended for 5 minutes for the first division of the afternoon. The period of voting for each division after that will be 1 minute. Members who wish to speak in the debate on any group of amendments should press their request to speak button as soon as possible after I call the group. So we'll turn now to the marshalled list. Group 1, power to make provision corresponding to EU law. Can I call Amendment 4 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne? This is grouped with Amendments 5, 6 and 8. Michelle Ballantyne to move Amendment 4 and to speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I'll move Amendment 4. I want to set out the reasoning for bringing forward my amendments now, and then I'll try and keep my remarks short and to the point at each group, because I'm conscious this is going to be a long day. My amendments throughout Stage 3 of this bill speak to the fact that fundamentally it is for Parliament to legislate. I welcome the changes that have been made at Stage 2, and particularly with regard to limiting the duration which the keeping pace power should continue. But I do remain concerned that the process of leaving the EU should not open the door to bypass parliamentary procedure. Where Parliament decides to delegate powers, there should be clear good reasons for doing so. And it is important that the limits of that delegation are clearly defined. In doing so, we reinforce the principle that delegated powers should never be used as a substitute for policy development. The question we have to ask is whether the powers in Section 1 of the bill are appropriate, or whether they should be limited by only being available to ensure that existing standards in retained EU law keep pace with evolving standards. Whilst it may be reasonable to accept that keeping pace with EU law may not always be practical through the creation of primary legislation, there is no doubt that there is a difference between refining retained EU law to keep pace and keeping pace with new policy developments in future EU law, where there is currently no equivalent in retained EU law. Amendment 4 therefore seeks to ensure that the principle that delegated powers should never be used as a substitute for policy development is followed. The Cabinet Secretary, in his response to the DPLR Committee, and I believe it went to the Finance Committee as well, recommendation that the wording in Section 12F2 be altered suggests that the amendment is unnecessary and unhelpful because the Government wished to have greater flexibility to deal with unforeseen circumstances. However, the current wording, appropriate to retain, confers wider powers than as the definition of appropriate. Wider powers as the definition of appropriate does not limit policy making by delegation. And I will listen with interest to the Cabinet Secretary's position on why it is appropriate, no pun intended, to deal with unforeseen circumstances that lead to new policy by enabling it to be dealt with by delegation rather than in this bill. Amendments 5 and 6 relate to sub-delegated powers, the current wording in Section 1 of the bill enabling the Scottish Government to delegate powers to a public authority or the authority's nominee to make regulations or provide funding, I believe doesn't meet the test of the principle of delegated powers, as it neither limits the delegated authority or defines it. Rather, it opens the back door to creating new policy, enabling the incorporation of future EU laws into our domestic laws through delegated powers. The lack of clarity on the necessity to enable subdelegation is a significant power. In terms of Amendment 8, I am of the view that this is not an appropriate vehicle to make new regulations, and therefore I am moving the amendments in Group 1 later on.
Thank you very much. Can I call Dean Lockhart to be followed by the Cabinet Secretary?
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. We will support Michelle Ballantyne's amendments in this grouping. As we've just heard, Amendments 4, 5 and 6 are based on recommendations of the DPLR Committee. Amendment 8 would preclude the keep pace powers being used to make significant new policy developments in EU law. This amendment overlaps with my amendments 47 to 51, but these amendments are not inconsistent. They address the same underlying concerns in relation to the inappropriate use of secondary legislation to implement what are significant new policy developments. And to this end, we will support Amendment 8. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I call on the Cabinet Secretary, Michael Russell.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. At the outset, can I thank all those people who have worked with the Government to try and improve the bill since its introduction. I think this bill today at stage 3 is a significantly better bill than it was when it was introduced. And I don't find it difficult to say that. I think that's the purpose of parliamentary scrutiny. And I'm glad that, for example, we've been able to look at the issue of purpose, which we will come to later on. We've looked at some of the issues of delegation, which Alec Rowley raised at the early stages of stage 2. We've looked at some of the issues raised in terms of reporting and consultation that Liam MacArthur has brought forward. And by dint of discussion, by dint of looking at drafts and by dint of working together, we have got amendments on which we can agree. Regrettably, Michelle Ballantyne had never raised any of these issues with me. So I therefore come to them slightly surprised that she has found this new, maybe it's not newfound, but certainly this intense interest on the functioning of delegated powers. And I'm not going to accept the amendments, and I'll give the reasons in a moment. I pay tribute to Dean Lockhart, who did discuss some possible amendments with me, although other amendments then appeared, and that is entirely his right. And some amendments are carryovers from stage 2. And although there can be a debate about that, I do think carryover amendments to stage 2 that have been very significantly rejected, we at least have to ask ourselves why that was the case, and perhaps that would save us time. Presiding Officer, specifically, Michelle Ballantyne's Amendment 4 seeks to remove the current wording in Section 12F2 and replace it with similar wording as is contained in Section 12A. Now, I acknowledge that the functions or restrictions which may be conferred or imposed under Section 12F would have to make sense in the Scottish context. But there is an awkwardness in the wording of Amendment 4, and the implications of the amendment are absolutely unclear from the perspective of a positive power to confer functions or impose restrictions. Whereas the wording in Section 12A makes sense where it is, as it's being applied to something omitted from regulations. So the cut and paste job hasn't worked. Now, it's less clear that it makes sense when applied to a positive power. I'm concerned that the proposed drafting of Amendment 4 could cause considerable difficulties by adding awkward and unnecessary complications. The wording "it is appropriate to retain," as currently in Section 12F2, offers indeed flexibility to deal with unforeseen circumstances. And given the continued very unforeseen circumstances we find ourselves in as a result of Brexit, supported, I think, by Michelle Ballantyne, I think maintaining that flexibility would appear important and sensible. On seeing Amendments 5 and 6, I have to say it was completely unclear to me whether they were intended to work together or as alternatives. I'm therefore unclear on exactly what Michelle Ballantyne hopes to achieve in lodging them. Whether taken together or separately, the effects of Amendments 5 and 6 would, as is the case of Amendment 4, be to remove flexibility needed to deal with uncertainty. And the very uncertain nature of Brexit and what might yet come leads to Section 1.3 in its current form being necessary and expedient, as it will allow the Government, with the support of the Chamber, and many of the changes that we are agreeing to in this bill require the support of this Chamber, to ensure that where the power is used, it's workable at an operational level. And that is the very essence of subdelegation. Making sure that whatever happens, whatever legislation arises, is workable at an operational level. Now, in the absence of such a provision, government becomes involved in complex workarounds, arrangements, or even resorting to primary legislation where that would be wholly disproportionate. It would not otherwise have been the case if Section 1.3 was available to us in the form currently provided. Let me, Presiding Officer, give you a hypothetical example. It may be that it would be more appropriate for that power to be exercised independently of political control when a body, a regulator, was requiring to make a substantial number of technical corrections to standards. But without Section 1.3 in its current form, the Section 1.1 power simply couldn't be used. In another example, in agreeing to either or both of these amendments, Parliament is deciding that the power cannot be used to give a Scottish public authority a power to provide funding to others, where that might be appropriate to do so, that is, without passing primary legislation. Now, I don't believe that Stage 3 is the time to introduce this type of uncertainty over the scope of the power or of workable legislation. Now, I want to make it clear that the Government will support the amendments in Liam MacArthur's name to be taken in Group 5. And I'm aware that DPLRC members do not have the benefit of being able to consider the changes those amendments will bring when writing its report. But if agreed to, when these are considered alongside existing provision in the bill, members of the DPLRC should be assured that any regulations made under the power will be subject to thorough scrutiny. And scrutiny was at the heart of the discussions that I had with other members. I must therefore urge members not to support Amendments 4, 5 or 6. They undermine the flexibility inherent in the essential purpose of the bill. Now, Amendment 8, also in Michelle Ballantyne's name, seeks to restrict the scope of the power under Section 1.1 so it cannot be used to make provisions implementing significant new policy developments. Now, that's actually contrary to the recommendation of the DPLRC, of which Michelle Ballantyne is a member, and which Dean Lockhart said these amendments in actual fact promoted the decisions, because the committee said in its report the committee recognises it will be difficult in law to exclude significant new proposals from the scope of the keeping pace power. And the difficulty of specifying what is meant by significant in this context was debated at stage 2, as people will have different views as to what actually is significant. And therefore, such a proposal would lead, inevitably, to uncertainty and to likely challenge. Now, I have to say that members across the Chamber have worked together, as I've said, Presiding Officer, to produce a package of amendments which, when considered as a whole, ensure a robust role for Parliament in scrutinising the Government's proposals for bringing forward regulations. These will be debated further throughout the afternoon, but what I think is important in the context of this group is that they ensure the continued workability of the central power in this bill. Amendment 8 is unacceptable to the Government for those reasons, and we can't support it.
Thank you very much. And I call on Michelle Ballantyne to wind up in this group and to press or withdraw Amendment 6.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Mike Russell is quite correct in that I didn't have any meetings with him on this, but these amendments were all back and forth from the committee's report, from DPLR, and he has responded to them, so they are not new. He has seen the thoughts on them. I chose to bring them forward and to put them in as amendments because we had not had time to hear back from the government in terms of what their position was on them, and I felt it important to actually put them in as amendments today at stage 3. In terms of the Cabinet Secretary's response, the point here is this is about new policy. It is not about retained EU policy. And I think it is completely wrong to commit this Parliament's hands to actually taking on policies without this Parliament being able to properly scrutinise and have control of them. You are saying that, yes, there will be scrutiny, but ultimately the Scottish Government, whoever that might be, will have the power to take new policy from the EU and implement it into policy in Scotland, and I do believe that that is the correct way to go. So I am going to press the amendments, and I think the Chamber should think very carefully about the consequences that might come down the line in terms of being able to take policy that we as a Parliament have not devised and that we do not control.
Thank you very much, Ms Ballantyne. I'm going to put the question to Chamber. The question is that Amendment 4 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Or not agreed. So we're going to suspend for 5 minutes so I can summon members to the Chamber and allow members online to join us and open the voting app. 5-minute suspension. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. We are now back in session. So we're going to move to the vote on question 4. The question is that Amendment 4 be agreed to and members may cast their votes now. This will be a 1-minute division on Amendment 4 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne. The vote is now closed. If any member believes they were not able to vote, please let me know by making a point of order. Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 4 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne is yes 26, no 89. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call Amendment 5, Michelle Ballantyne, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 5 be agreed to. Are we agreed? We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 5. Members may cast their votes now. This will be a 1-minute division. That vote is now closed. If any members had any difficulty voting, please let me know. Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 5 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne is yes 26, no 90. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call Amendment 6, Michelle Ballantyne, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 6 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote. Members may cast their votes now. A 1-minute division. Thank you. That vote is now closed. The result of the vote on Amendment 6 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne is yes 25, no 90. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. We're going to move on now to Group 2. This is the Section 1.1 power, purpose of maintaining and advancing standards. Can I call Amendment 7 in the name of Angela Constance, grouped with Amendments 22, 23 and 30. Now, Angela Constance is not going to move these amendments, but Tom Arthur is going to move them in her place. Mr. Arthur.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak to Amendments 7, 22, 23 and 30 in the name of Angela Constance. And I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Ms Constance on her appointment to Government and wish her the very best in her new role. These amendments follow on from Stage 2 Amendments 6 and 10, also in the name of Angela Constance, which were debated but not moved. The intent of these earlier amendments was to provide, in the bill itself, greater clarity on what the Section 1.1 power is for, when it would be used and how it had been used. Ms Constance expressed the view that these amendments would provide ministers a direction as to the power's use, and they would also improve transparency and accountability. However, the member also made clear that sufficient flexibility had to be maintained in order to deal with future uncertainties. From the deliberations at Stage 2, it is clear that there is a strong view that putting a purpose in the bill would provide more certainty, predictability and clarity for businesses, public agencies and others. This is what Amendment 7 now does. It gives ministers that direction and steer which was felt to be missing from the bill on introduction. If agreed, it will require ministers to, amongst other things, have due regard to how the use of the Section 1.1 power would contribute towards maintaining and advancing standards in relation to environmental protection, animal health and welfare, plant health, equality, non-discrimination and human rights, and social protection. But Amendment 7 also retains a necessary element of flexibility. It does not impinge on the generality of the power, which was known to be of concern to the Government at Stage 2, and ensures that ministers are not prevented from using the Section 1.1 power in other ways. Amendments 22 and 23 ensure that, when reporting on the use of the powers, ministers must set out how the use of the power has contributed, is contributing and will contribute to maintaining and advancing standards in relation to these areas. This, in essence, was the intention of Stage 2 Amendment 10. Only now, Amendments 22 and 23 ensure reporting covers both previous uses of the power and expected future uses. Amendment 30 is a technical amendment to ensure a report on future uses of the power is not required once the power has expired. In closing, I wish to thank Angela Constance and members from across the Chamber who came together to ensure that Amendments 7, 22, 23 and 30 are flexible enough to be workable while still improving the bill and providing for greater clarity and transparency. I urge members to support all of these amendments, and I move Amendment 7.
Thank you very much. Can I call Liam MacArthur to be followed by Patrick Harvey?
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Can I start by joining Tom Arthur in congratulating Angela Constance on her reappointment as a Minister and wish her very well in that important role. Can I thank her too for the work that she's done collaborating with myself, Patrick Harvey, Alex Rowley and others alongside the Government in bringing forward these amendments. She lodged a similar amendment at Stage 2, I think recognising that while at Stage 2 the bill had been improved to expand the principles underlining this bill, there was still a gap in relation to the overall purpose. And as Tom Arthur has already indicated, providing that degree of clarity and certainty certainly reflects what I think the Parliament has heard from a variety of stakeholders. I think the amendments in this grouping brought forward by Angela Constance address those concerns very effectively. And again, I thank Angela Constance for her work on that, the government for working collaboratively with cross-party members on this issue. And I think it's an important improvement to this bill that Scottish Liberal Democrats will be happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Call Patrick Harvey, followed by Dean Lockhart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Just very briefly, to make some similar comments actually to Liam MacArthur's there. I think at stage 2, a great many members, including Angela Constance, who I also congratulate for her reappointment to government, a great many members had similar concerns. But I think we came forward with a wee bit of a scattergun approach to the different changes that we wanted to see. Angela Constance's amendments on purpose, Liam MacArthur's on scrutiny and accountability, and some of my amendments, which, in the absence of agreement on those wider issues of purpose and scrutiny, I would still say that the amendments I passed at stage 2 would have been necessary, providing shorter reporting periods and a few other changes. And I, not being clear at stage 2 that we would get any consensus on those wider issues, I'm pleased that we passed those amendments in my name. I'm happy to have those reversed at a later group, given that we have now achieved consensus. And like Liam MacArthur, I would thank him, Alec Rowley, the Minister, and indeed Angela Constance, who brings the amendments in this group. Having that consensus developed throughout the bill has been a really important process. I'm pleased that we've managed to shape the bill into a better condition than it was introduced in. And that being the case, I won't oppose the government's amendments to reverse mine at stage 2 when we reach them, and I'll happily support the amendments in this group as well as those later on scrutiny.
Thank you very much. And I call Dean Lockhart for the Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Let me also congratulate Angela Constance on her very recent appointment. Amendment 7 refers to a number of important areas in which keep pace powers may be used. In his supporting remarks, Tom Arthur referred to the policy intention of maintaining the highest standards in Scotland, and we totally agree with this. In fact, Scotland and the rest of the UK already have some of the highest standards in the world in these areas, and we agree this should continue to be the case. But those standards have to be appropriate for Scotland, and simply copying and pasting future EU laws is not the best way of doing this. And that was made clear by the NFUS when their briefing paper said that this would reduce the capacity of Scottish ministers to introduce policies which are genuinely fitting to Scotland's unique environmental and agricultural context. And the Law Society of Scotland briefing also made it clear that these are future EU laws in relation to which we have no influence or input and would be adopted without any scrutiny from Parliament or consultation with key stakeholders. And that's the point. Clarity of purpose is not the same as parliamentary scrutiny. And the Finance Committee heard substantial evidence that these powers would turn the Scottish Parliament into a passive rule taker. For these reasons, Presiding Officer, we will not be able to support Amendment 7, but if it does pass, we will support the consequential amendments 22, 23 and 30, which introduce additional reporting requirements in these areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Alec Rowley wishes to contribute before the Minister. Alec Rowley.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. I would just briefly concur with what's been said. I wouldn't agree with Dean Lockhart. I think by working together, we have achieved a better bill, the willingness of the Cabinet Secretary to look at ensuring that there is proper scrutiny for this Parliament. And I think this amendment and the other amendments that by cross-party working with the Government, we will have secured a better bill at the end of the day.
Cabinet Secretary Michael Russell.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I wouldn't want Mr Lockhart's remarks to imply that this bill does not have wide support among stakeholders. It does. any bill will have criticisms of small parts of it, and those are things that a government should listen to. And indeed, many of those have been addressed in the process that has been referred to and we've gone through. But this bill has very widespread support and continues to have widespread support. And indeed, the only support it doesn't have is from the Conservative Party. Oh, and one independent member sitting in the gallery. This bill does have the support of the Chamber, as I hope we will prove later on today. And it has support because it relates to the issue of high standards, the high European standards we have, and how we manage to continue to observe those. Now, I would be very happy if we were actually in there making rules. And indeed, in the ideal situation, we will be in there making rules. But when we are being dragged out of Europe against our will, which is also something that this chamber has a member says, yawn, yawn. The reality of the situation is we are being dragged out against our will. There is no ifs, no buts. And if anybody thinks that is a good idea today, go and look at the queues of lorries that are in Kent. Go and look at that. And you know, I would have thought that even the most hardened of Conservatives might blush a little at what they see already of the chaos that is taking place. But what this bill does, in a proportionate manner and carefully, with the agreement across the chamber, all that Conservatives can do is scream and shout, because they certainly can't deliver a functioning country, because that's clearly not what we have at the present moment. No, I'm not going to give way. No, I'm not going to give way. We hear too much from Brexiteers. They have created chaos, and I am not prepared to listen to it for a moment longer. Let us now focus on these amendments and what they do. And extraordinarily, the Tories are even going to vote against these amendments. Astonishing. They're going to vote against Amendment 7, which was an amendment which was agreed amongst the parties to improve the bill in the light of concerns about scrutiny. It allows ministers to take account of new circumstances. It allows them to propose what's in the best interest of the people of Scotland, but it gives the Parliament quite clearly a whip hand in making sure that that is done properly and proportionately. Amendment 7 provides a clear steer on the use of the power, and ministers must have due regard to that stated purpose. It will be open to ministers to use the power in other ways to benefit Scotland, just as it will be open to ministers to use powers other than Section 1.1 to contribute to the purpose. But Amendment 7, of course.
Mark Ruskell.
Well, you know. Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for giving way? I was enjoying the flow of his speech as well. But will ESS have a role in relation to advising on the use of the Section 1 power for environmental purposes?
There will be no constraints upon organisations of any sort to do so. And indeed, when the Cabinet Secretary addresses the role of ESS later in the process of this bill, I'm sure she will provide information and reassurance to you. But I would never dare to trespass on her areas of responsibility. I would certainly not do that, and I'm not going to do that now. So I will allow her to do that. But Amendment 7, to return to my areas of responsibility, Amendment 7 does cover matters which members feel strongly about. Other areas members do not feel so strongly about. But it doesn't preclude anybody, any organisation, anybody from having a say. Now, Amendments 22 and 23 provide we must also report on how we are meeting the purpose. And these amendments will strengthen the bill. Now, I'm sorry, I'm now going to disappoint Mr Ruskell, having tried to please him, because I think if the amendments are supported by the Parliament, then the Amendment 19, which we shall come to later in the name of Mark Ruskell, which we'll debate in Group 5, won't be necessary, since the aim of that amendment will have been met. Now, I'm obliged to Angela Constance for the time she has afforded to get this right over the last few weeks. I'm very pleased that she is returning to government. I have some experience of working with Angela Constance in government, and I know how talented she is. And I'm quite certain that the work she's done on this bill will also be a lasting testimony to the work that she has done when not in government. So I would ask the Chamber to support Amendments 7, 22, 23 and 30, and I would ask the Conservatives to think of the will of the people of Scotland, not their own selfish party interests.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Tom Arthur to wind up in this section and to press or withdraw Amendment 7?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. We just briefly want to again thank Angela Constance, as well as Liam MacArthur, Alec Rowley, Patrick Harvey and the Cabinet Secretary for their constructive approach to these amendments. It is disappointing, though not surprising, that the Conservatives are unable to support Amendment 7, though I do welcome the caveated commitment to support the consequential amendments should Amendment 7 pass, and in that I press Amendment 7.
Thank you very much. So the question is that Amendment 7 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 7. This will be a 1-minute division. Amendment 7 in the name of Angela Constance. That vote is now closed. If any member had any difficulty exercising the vote, please let me know through a point of order. The result of the vote on Amendment 7 in the name of Angela Constance is yes 90, no 26. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Can I call Amendment 8? This was grouped in the first section. Michelle Ballantyne to move or not move? This was
Sorry, what was that?
Amendment 8. This was the last amendment in the first group. Moved. The question is that Amendment 8 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 8 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne. Members may cast their votes now, and this is a 1-minute division. That vote is now closed. If any member has any issues, please let me know through a point of order. I can tell Aileen Campbell that her vote was registered. And the result of the vote on Amendment 8 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne is yes 26, no 87. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. We're going to turn now to Group 3. This is on the duration and commencement of Section 1.1 power. Can I call Amendment 45 in the name of Dean Lockhart? This is grouped with Amendments 46 and 42. Dean Lockhart to move Amendment 45 and to speak to all the amendments in this group.
Thanks very much, Presiding Officer. Amendments 45 and 46 in my name seek to restrict the duration of the Section 1 keep pace powers and are similar to amendments that were accepted during the first continuity bill a couple of years ago. As currently drafted, the bill would allow the keep pace powers to be extended for a period of 10 years, potentially extending these powers not only beyond the next parliamentary session, but beyond the next 2 parliamentary sessions, depending on when they are first exercised. Requiring these powers for a decade, I think, is another example of executive overreach in this legislation. This Parliament in the future, and certainly less than a decade from now, should be able to reassess whether this legislation is still required and still appropriate, and should be able to decide whether this form of legislation or more appropriate successor legislation should be introduced. That's why, Presiding Officer, we have suggested a maximum period of 6 years for the duration of the powers. divided into an initial period of 3 years to be followed by a maximum extension of an additional 3 years. With regards to Michelle Ballantyne's Amendment 42, I understand the rationale behind this amendment, but I do think that imposing an arbitrary date for the use of the powers would not work in practice, and we will therefore not support that amendment. I move the amendments 45 and 46 in my name.
Thank you very much, Mr Lockhart. I call Michelle Ballantyne to speak to Amendment 42 and the other amendments.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My intention originally was to limit the powers that this bill provides to the next 2 terms of Parliament only, but I actually intend to withdraw the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Ballantyne. And can I call the Cabinet Secretary, Michael Russell?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendments 45 and 46 in Dean Lockhart's name seeks to alter the duration of the Section 1.1 power, reducing the period during which the power to align would be available. In essence, these attempts to have Parliament pass amendments were rejected at stage 2. Attempting to lower the initial duration period of their power from 6 years to 3 and the overall potential duration from 10 to 6 disregards agreements reached at stage 2. I feel there was a broad consensus that, having listened to concerns raised about the bill's initial sunset period, a sensible compromise was reached with amendments lodged in my name. Section 3 of the bill as amendment will afford the incoming 2026 Parliament the opportunity in its first year to decide whether the power to align remains necessary. It will also ensure that power is available throughout the 2021 Parliament, will therefore provide the measure of stability which was sought by introducing the power. I was pleased to see that in the Stage 2 report, the DPLRC welcomed these changes. The Government therefore will not support Dean Lockhart's Amendments 45 and 46. I urge members to vote against them. I'm glad that Michelle Ballantyne will withdraw her amendment. It was neither necessary or practicable. It would remove flexibility. It takes no account of parliamentary dissolution, the pre-election period, or the ongoing disruption caused by the pandemic. And if it is withdrawn, therefore, it therefore need not bother us.
Thank you very much. And can I call Dean Lockhart to wind up and in this group, and also to press withdraw Amendment 45?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. At stage 2 at the Finance Committee, the Cabinet Secretary made the point that these are exceptional powers required in exceptional circumstances. In this context, we feel it is not appropriate for these powers to last for a decade. So, Presiding Officer, I will press Amendment 45 and 46.
Thank you very much, Mr Lockhart. The question is that Amendment 45 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. We'll move to a division on Amendment 45. This will be a 1-minute division. Amendment 45 in the name of Dean Lockhart. That vote is now closed. Members may alert me if they believe there are any issues with a point of order. Fulton. Can I tell Aileen Campbell and Jackie Bailey that their votes were registered, were counted? And Kate Forbes, your vote also was registered. But Fulton McGregor, maybe you'd wish to make a point of order. Mr McGregor.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I had a problem accessing this vote. I would have voted no.
Thank you very much, Mr McGregor. I'll make sure that your vote is added to the voting register. Mr McGregor voted no. Shirley Ann Somerville to make a point of order. Shirley Ann Somerville.
Point of order, Presiding Officer. I'm having technical difficulties today, and for Amendment 45 I would have voted no.
Thank you very much, Ms Somerville. I'll make sure that is registered on the voting roll. You voted no. And a point of order from Donald Cameron.
Presiding Officer, I had problems with connections. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Cameron. Your vote will be added as a yes on the voting register. Thank you. Can I just confirm to Claire Adamson that her vote was registered? That's to Claire Adamson. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 45 in the name of Dean Lockhart is yes 26, no 89. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call Amendment 46, Dean Lockhart, to move or not move? That is moved. The question is that Amendment 46 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 46 in the name of Dean Lockhart, a 1-minute division. Members may vote now. That vote is now closed. Please let me know through a point of order if you have any voting issues. Point of order from Neil Findlay.
Point of order, Presiding Officer. Connection problems there. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Findlay. You would have voted no. I'll make sure that is added to the register. Thank you. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 46 in the name of Dean Lockhart is yes 26, no 89. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. We're going to turn now to Group 4, and this is on the scrutiny of regulations under Section 1.1. Can I call Amendment 47 in the name of Dean Lockhart, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings? Dean Lockhart to move Amendment 47 and to speak to all the amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My amendments in this group seek to address the central and fundamental concern about this legislation, that it transfers unprecedented powers to the Scottish Ministers to legislate by way of secondary legislation. The Finance Committee referred to these as substantial Henry VIII powers and heard evidence that the provisions in the bill are not justified in respect of their breadth. When it comes to parliamentary and stakeholder scrutiny of the powers, the Law Society of Scotland rightly points out that the bill as currently drafted only offers a choice of the affirmative and negative resolution procedures, neither of which are appropriate for the implementation of significant new policies or significant changes in Scots law, with the negative procedure being the default position. Amendments 47 to 51 in my name seek to introduce additional parliamentary and stakeholder scrutiny of the keep pace powers in very limited circumstances where a relevant committee of this Parliament considers it appropriate. Amendment 47 introduces a sifting mechanism which would only apply where Scottish Ministers propose an instrument that reflects a significant change in EU law or policy, constitutes a significant change to Scots law, or makes a significant change in the policy of the Scottish Ministers. In these very limited circumstances, the relevant committee of this Parliament has the right to propose a higher level of scrutiny to be applied to the proposed changes, including the affirmative or super-affirmative procedure, or to decide that the significant change should not be made by regulation. Amendment 48 sets out the additional scrutiny required in the event that the committee decides that the super-affirmative procedure should apply and includes requirements for Scottish Ministers to publish impact assessments and undertake stakeholder consultation, all of which, Presiding Officer, this Parliament could and should reasonably expect when a significant change of policy or a significant change in Scots law is being proposed. Amendments 49, 50 and 51 are complementary in nature and reflect concerns raised by the Law Society of Scotland since the introduction of the bill. In their briefing paper, the Law Society makes it clear, and let me quote, "The normal rule must be that the exercise of the keep pace power is subject to the affirmative procedure, except in minor cases." That's not the case in the legislation as currently drafted. And we have therefore reflected the concerns of the Law Society by seeking to apply the affirmative procedure not to everything, but in very limited circumstances where instruments are brought forward by the Scottish Ministers which would require a significant change in EU law or policy, a significant change to Scots law, or a significant change in policy of the Scottish Ministers. Presiding Officer, this Parliament very recently held a very important debate surrounding the scrutiny of powers this Parliament will have in a post-Brexit environment, and the overwhelming feedback from parliamentary committees was that more scrutiny powers will be required. If these amendments in my name are not accepted, significant changes of policy and significant changes to Scots law can be introduced by Scottish Ministers without any meaningful parliamentary or stakeholder scrutiny. Finally, we will support Michelle Ballantyne's amendments 9 and 10 in this group. They overlap with the amendments in my name, but they cover the similar concerns about a lack of scrutiny. I move my amendments 47 to 51. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Lockhart. And I call on Michelle Ballantyne to speak to Amendment 9 and the other amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Mr Lockhart has covered very well the issues that actually these sections try to cover. It is wrong to think that everybody out there doing business, living their lives, is watching every single move that happens in this Parliament. SSIs pass through here, often on a daily basis when we sit, sometimes with even members not really knowing what they're voting for. And I think it is absolutely imperative that if we are going to pass today a bill that retains EU law, that we also have safeguards that enable people to understand what is being passed through this Parliament. And the changes shouldn't slip through without businesses and people who are affected by them being aware that they're happening. So my amendment at 10 requires you to lay before Parliament as a government some explanation of what's going to happen and the consultation rights, so that people who are going to be affected by those laws have a chance to feed in and say how it's going to affect them and what you need to be concerned about and what we as a Parliament should be thinking about. I think that is only reasonable and is as appropriate in terms of a level of scrutiny. I haven't been too officious in terms of naming the days. I've given some flexibility of that in the amendment and the 40 days. But where Amendment 9 fits in, I mean, it is tied to Amendment 10, is that it does introduce an amendment that requires a super affirmative process is used where we are having a new policy introduced where there is no current equivalent in EU retained law. And I think that, again, is really important from a scrutiny point of view. And I think we will not be doing right by the people of Scotland and the businesses in Scotland if we don't ensure that this happens.
Thank you. Can I call Patrick Harvey to be followed by Liz Smith?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Just to say again, some of the amendments in this group relate to concerns that were widely shared and which I reflected as well at stage 1 and 2, particularly in relation to the idea of some possibility of a sifting mechanism. It was in the context of a bill that was fundamentally weaker than the one that we're going to pass that I made those arguments. We now have agreement on how to reflect the purpose of this bill, the purpose of the powers in this bill, as well as a much stronger framework for the publication and approval by this Parliament of a policy statement and stronger reporting requirements. That context having changed, I no longer see the need for the amendments in this group, and so I won't be supporting them.
Thank you. And Liz Smith.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I just, in relation to Amendment 47, which is brought forward by my colleague Dean Lockhart, I think it's very important to emphasise the exchanges that were raised at the Finance and Constitution Committee on the 26th of August when Professor Aileen McHarg of Durham University and Professor Michael Keating of University of Aberdeen both expressed their concern that between the original bill and the current bill, the default position changed from the use of affirmative procedure to the negative procedure. And that was an issue I raised with Graeme Day during parliamentary questions on the 16th of September. And whilst he acknowledged the concerns, he said that he felt the Scottish Government had, and I quote, an appropriate, proportionate, workable and effective solution. But he couldn't substantiate that opinion when it came to explaining why the default position had changed from the use of affirmative procedure to the use of negative procedure. So that, in terms of ensuring that there is effective parliamentary scrutiny in situations of EU policy changes or legal changes, is a matter which continues to concern me, and I think it should concern all members as we address this group of amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Smith. And I call on the Cabinet Secretary, Michael Ross.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I just address that question, that point from Liz Smith head on at the start? The Finance Committee made those remarks in the light of Stage 1 consideration. At Stage 2, there were further discussions about what the appropriate powers were. And as a result of that, there were extensive negotiations between the parties who were concerned about this and who had brought forward Stage 2 amendments in order that we should get the right solution. And that is what the parties involved believe they have. Patrick Harvey made that clear. So to quote a Stage 1 criticism of a bill that has changed at Stage 2 and Stage 3 does not appear to me entirely relevant. I think what is relevant here, and I want to call a spade, is the Tories do not wish this bill. We know that from the first continuity bill, when in actual fact they changed the law at Westminster to stop the will of this Parliament being fulfilled. And they don't want this second bill, but now they're being a little bit more subtle about how they will go against it. There are sort of partial quotes from past discussions in the bill, partial quotes of people who have given evidence, and that all comes together to present the Tories as the champions of scrutiny in this Parliament. Now, unfortunately, and I just have to make this clear, that is not the case. The reality of the situation is, when there are problems with this bill, as there were problems with this bill, they were accepted by the government and discussions took place to try and deal with them. Now, let me look at the detail of these amendments because they're entirely clear. Please, I'll give way, of course.
Dean Lockhart.
I just want to highlight again the direct quote from the Law Society that the normal rule must be that the exercise of these powers is subject to the affirmative procedure except in minor cases. But the legislation he's bringing forward does exactly the opposite. Does he not recognise the concerns expressed by the Law Society of Scotland?
what the member is doing is misrepresenting the case. Because the case is that this is not going to be used as a power with a vast number of hugely significant cases. And where there are significant cases, the bill now addresses those very, very clearly. And indeed, the arch critic of this in this chamber was Mike Rumbles. And I'm pleased to say we're bringing an amendment forward, which Mr Rumbles regards as acceptable, which will guard against the problems which the member is raising. So everybody is content with this, except the Conservatives. Why would that be? It would either be because the Conservatives are, and always have been, the stalwart champions of Scottish democracy, or it is because they don't like this bill, because they have become, to a man and woman, even to a man and departed woman up in the gallery, staunch Brexiteers. And staunch Brexiteers do not like the reality of trying to remain close to Europe. I notice that Ruth Davidson is scowling at me about that. Ruth Davidson, who was the person who wished to be in the single market and the customs union the day after the vote.
Mr Russell, I think we'll keep to the bill and the amendment rather than...
well, of course. Well, of course, presiding officer, let me now attend to the bill, as long as perhaps members are not scowling at me any longer. Each of the amendments in this group is unnecessary, unwieldy and unhelpful. Dean Lockhart's amendments provide for a sifting mechanism and a super-affirmative procedure which are no less cumbersome and onerous than these similar Stage 2 amendments. Where Amendment 47 contains some technical deficiencies, it is actually the unacceptable burden on the use of the power that this chamber should object to. There appear to be no exceptions to the arduous procedure provided for, a mechanism that the DPLRC considers that it would be disproportionate to apply. There's the reality of a recommendation. And the super-affirmative process to be provided for by Amendment 48 takes no heed of the debate at Stage 2. Given the significant amendments in Liam MacArthur's name in the next group, which the Government intends to support, the weighty burden represented by Amendments 47 and 48 simply cannot be supported. Michelle Ballantyne's Amendments 9 and 10 open the door not only to uncertainty, but also to speculative legal challenge, as do Dean Lockhart's Amendments 49, 50 and 51. It is surprising that Stage 2, we're still having to debate the unsatisfactory use of the term such as significant in this type of amendment, which quite clearly will mean different things to different people, as was acknowledged by the DPLRC in its Stage 2 report published on 11 December. As I've said, a group of members from across the chamber came together to work constructively and collaboratively on amendments which encompass the purpose, consultation, policy statement and reporting. They have done the hard work on this bill and they have changed it from the objections that were made in Stage 1 into a bill that they wish to support. So I'd ask members to reject burdensome, technically deficient and frankly wrecking amendments in this group, and indeed support the amendments in Angela Constance and Liam MacArthur's names, as well as the amendments in my own name, which provide for some necessary tidying up as a result.
Thank you very much. I call Dean Lockhart to wind up in this group and to press withdraw Amendment 47.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Listening to the Cabinet Secretary, his main line of argument against these amendments is that the additional reporting requirements and the requirements to set out a policy statement as part of the legislation will be sufficient to allow Parliament and stakeholders to scrutinise the use of the powers. I fundamentally disagree, as does the Law Society of Scotland, the NFUS and other stakeholders. Reporting requirements do not give this Parliament or stakeholders any real powers of scrutiny, where significant changes as the ones I've described are being introduced. Reporting requirements only mean that this Parliament has a passive role in receiving updates from Scottish ministers, instead of being able to demand proper levels of scrutiny, impact assessments and stakeholder feedback. And stakeholders, as a result of this legislation, will have no opportunity to provide meaningful input into what are significant new laws and new policies being introduced by Scottish ministers. For these reasons, Presiding Officer, I continue to press my amendments 47 to 51.
Thank you very much. We'll go straight to the question. The question is that Amendment 47 be agreed to. Are we agreed? We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote. Members may cast their votes now. This is on Amendment 47 in the name of Dean Lockhart, and it is a 1-minute division. That vote is now closed. I would ask all members to alert me if they have any difficulties or have had any difficulties in voting. Kenneth Gibson, point of order.
I would have voted no, unable to access the platform.
Thank you, Mr Gibson. So Mr Gibson would have voted no, and I'll make sure that's added to the voting register. I'm going to call Mike Rumbles to make a point of order. Mike Rumbles. We're going to try again to contact Mike Rumbles. Your camera and microphone are off, but Mr Rumbles, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hello?
Thank you, Mr Rumbles. We can hear you, yes?
Thank you. Like a point of order, my phone wouldn't let me vote on this, so I would have voted against.
Thank you, Mr Rumbles. You would have voted no. I'll make sure your vote is added to the register. Thank you. And I can tell Aileen Campbell that your vote was registered. Your vote was registered. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 47 in the name of Dean Lockhart is yes 27, no 90. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call Amendment 48, Dean Lockhart, to move or not move?
Move, please.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 48 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 48 in the name of Dean Lockhart, a 1-minute division. Thank you. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you have had any difficulties in voting. Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 48 in the name of Dean Lockhart is yes 27, no 89. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call Amendment 9 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne? Michelle Ballantyne to move.
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 9 be agreed to. Are we agreed? We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 9 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne, a 1-minute division. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you had any difficulties in voting. Sorry. Sorry, point of order.
Couldn't connect.
Sorry, thank you, Mr McKee. Can I recognise you under the light there? Mr McKee would have voted no. That vote will be added to the voting register.
So, likewise, it did not come up on the app for me to vote. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr McPherson. So Mr McKee and Mr McPherson's votes will be added to the register. Both voted no. Thank you. Point of order, George Adam.
I got an error message continually, and I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Adam. Mr Adam, your vote will be added to the register. You voted no. Point of order from Alec Neil.
Presiding officer, my app wouldn't allow me to vote either, and I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Neil. Your vote will be added to the register. You voted no. Thank you. And Shirley-Ann Somerville, a point of order. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Shirley-Ann Somerville, your vote was registered. There is no need to make a point of order. And Margaret Mitchell, your vote was counted. Your vote did register. No need for a point of order. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 9 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne is yes 27, no 91. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 49, Dean Lockhart, to move or not move?
Move, please.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 49 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 49. Members may vote now. That vote is now closed. If any member had any difficulty, please let me know. Point of order, Miles Briggs. Thank you. In that case, Mr Briggs, I'll make sure that your vote is added and you voted yes. Point of order, Fiona Hislop.
I would have voted no if I could have voted.
Thank you, Ms Hislop. And your vote will now be added to the register. Thank you. You voted no, Ms Hislop. The result of the vote on Amendment 49 in the name of Dean Lockhart is yes. Sorry, we have a point of order from Bill Bowman. Bill Bowman, point of order.
Completely there. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. That is registered. You would have voted yes, and that will be added to the register. Thank you. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 49 in the name of Dean Lockhart is yes 27, no 91. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 50, Dean Lockhart, to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
That is moved. The question is, that amendment 50 be agreed to? Are we agreed or not agreed? We'll move to a vote on amendment 50 in the name of Dean Lockhart, a 1-minute division. Thank you. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you have had any difficulties in exercising your vote. Point of order, Fiona Hislop.
Voted no if I had access. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Hislop. Thank you, Ms Hislop. You didn't vote, so I'll make sure your vote is added. You voted no. Cabinet Secretary Rosanna Cunningham.
Screen simply hasn't cleared, so I'm not sure whether it has recorded or not.
It is recorded. You can be reassured. Point of order, Mr Stewart. Kevin Stewart.
Ms Cunningham, the screen has not cleared on this occasion. I would have voted
I can assure
no.
you, in this case, you have voted, Mr Stewart, I can assure you. Sorry, wait a second. Sorry, Oliver Mundell, first point of order.
Presiding Officer, my screen has just refreshed and it says I've not voted. I would have voted yes.
He did. Thank you, Mr Mundell. Your vote will be added. You voted yes on the register. Paul Wheelhouse, point of order.
Point of order. My message is saying there's been a problem. Digital voting connection could not start, so I would have voted no.
I can actually assure you, you did vote before the problem, so it will be registered already. Thank you. Point of order, Angela Constance.
I have the same problem that Mr Wheelhouse has with the coming up digital voting connection. I would have voted no.
And also, I can assure you, Ms Constance, that your vote was counted. I can tell Jamie Hepburn that his vote was counted. His vote did register. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 50 in the name of Dean Lockhart is yes 26, no 91. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call Amendment 51 in the name of Dean Lockhart? Dean Lockhart, to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 51 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 51. This will be a 1-minute division. Amendment 51 in the name of Dean Lockhart. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you have had any problems. Give it a second though, a pause, and then let me know. I'll take a point of order from Gil Patterson. Yes, Mr.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. My phone didn't renew. The screen didn't change, so I would have voted no, but no opportunity to vote.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. I will make sure that your vote no is added to the register. Point of order, Fiona Hislop. Thank you, Ms. Hislop. Your vote will also be added to the register. Fiona Hislop and Gil Patterson both voted no. Point of order, Miles Briggs. I can assure you, Mr. Briggs, you did vote in this case. Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 51 in the name of Dean Lockhart is yes 27, no 91. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call Amendment 10 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne? Michelle Ballantyne, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. That is moved. The question is that Amendment 10 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 10, a 1-minute division. Amendment 10 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you have had any difficulty in voting. Point of order, Alec Rowley.
I wasn't able to vote, but I voted no.
Thank you, Mr. Rowley. That vote will be added to the register. Mr. Rowley voted no. Gil Patterson for a point of order. Gil Patterson.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if I was able to vote. My screen had frozen. I went back to basics and refreshed the screen, and I don't know if I made it in time. I would have voted no, Presiding Officer.
I've just been told, Mr Patterson, that you did vote. I can assure you, you did vote. And I can assure Jamie Hepburn that his vote was registered. The result of the vote on amendment number 10 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne is yes 28, no 90. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. We're going to turn now to Group 5. This is a policy statement and reports on Section 1.1 Power. Can I call Amendment 12 in the name of Lee MacArthur? And this is grouped with the amendments as shown in the groupings. Can I call on Lee MacArthur to move Amendment 12 and speak to all the amendments in this group?
Presiding Officer, there are a number of amendments here, so apologies at the outset. A little bit of time to walk through these. The purpose of the amendments is to increase the transparency around the use of Section 1.1 powers and to strengthen the role of the Scottish Parliament in that process. This reflects an amendment I moved at stage 2 and indeed a concern highlighted by various colleagues in relation to the powers vested in ministers by this bill to keep pace or not with EU legislation and standards. There was broad and strong cross-party agreement that such significant powers needed to be accompanied by robust mechanisms for ensuring they are used responsibly and that ministers are properly accountable for their decisions. That cross-party recognition of the need for a better balance to be struck was important, and again I'm very grateful to Angela Constance, Patrick Harvey and Alex Rowley, as well as the Cabinet Secretary, for working with me since stage 2 to develop a way forward in addressing those concerns. To that end, the amendments in my name offer a suite of changes that strengthen the requirements for Scottish ministers to openly and publicly account how they use these powers and a greater role for this Parliament in that process. Section 4A of the bill requires Scottish ministers to publish a statement of their policy on the factors to be taken into account when considering whether or not to use the power to align. Amendments 12 and 13 add to the required content of that policy statement so that ministers must also set out the approach they intend to take and the process they will follow in deciding whether or not to use the power to align. This will mean ministers must set out their approach to important matters such as consultation with stakeholders, and this policy statement will therefore act as the transparent guiding framework within which ministers use the power. Amendment 18 gives Parliament a significant role in the development of that policy statement. It requires firstly that ministers lay it in draft for at least 28 days and have regard to any representations made about that draft during that period. Secondly, ministers must thereafter lay a copy of the statement for approval by Parliament, accompanied by an explanation of how ministers have had regard to any representations. It allows that within 28 days of being laid, Parliament can resolve that the statement should not be approved. If this is the case, the Government will be prevented from publishing the statement and must instead lay a revised version for approval. Well, of course, the expectation is that ministers will use the power in accordance with the terms of the policy statement. I recognise there may be circumstances, hopefully very rarely, but circumstances in which it's judged necessary to use the power either before a policy statement is approved and published or in some way which is not in accordance with the policy statement. My amendments don't seek to prevent the Government from acting in such a manner, but Amendment 21 does require it to account for its actions if that is the case, by making a statement explaining why it considers there are good reasons for doing so. And Amendment 15 requires that when the Government has felt it necessary to act other than in accordance with the policy statement, it must review the policy statement, a point being made by, I think in particular, by Patrick Harvey. Similarly, Amendment 32 is concerned with Parliament's ability to have its say on how the Government plans to align with EU law. It requires that the Government's report setting out its intended uses of power is laid before Parliament in draft before it is finalised, and that the report is laid in draft within 2 months of the end of the previous reporting period. Amendment 31 is consequential, deleting the earlier timing requirement, and this gives Parliament an opportunity to express its views on those intentions and provides for an important extra layer of scrutiny and oversight. It also requires ministers to have regard to those views before finalising the report, and further to set out how they have had regard to those views when they do finalise their report. Finally, Presiding Officer, Amendment 32 also deals with the circumstances in which Parliament might feel that primary legislation is a more appropriate vehicle than regulations. I know this has been of particular interest to a number of MSPs, but particularly my colleague Mike Rumbles, who I know has been working with the Cabinet Secretary to introduce further safeguards in this respect, and that is very welcome. Presiding Officer, these amendments represent a genuinely collaborative effort, cross-party and between Parliament and Government, for which I am very grateful. I believe they put in place a workable solution that provides transparency, accountability, and offer the public confidence in the process of ensuring Scotland continues to keep pace with the highest environmental standards and protections. And I move Amendment 12 in my name.
Thank you very much, Mr MacArthur. Could I call on Michelle Ballantyne to speak to Amendment 52 and the other amendments in this group?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In the light of the amendments that Liam MacArthur has laid and his explanation of them there, I intend to withdraw Amendment 52 and Amendment 17 because it overlaps with subsection 1 of Amendment 18. However, I will press Amendment 16 because I do believe that this strengthens the resolution in terms of the way in which the statement is laid, and it is a slightly stronger requires slightly stronger approval of the statement when it comes to Parliament. In terms of Amendment 20, I have added that because I think it is important that we understand the implications of the regulations that are being brought forward, particularly the social benefits and the costs that may be incurred as a result of having to implement them. And I would like the government to explain, when they do so, any alternative approaches which they have considered that could deliver the same or more ambitious outcomes for the people of Scotland, because I do believe that it is not necessarily the EU that can define the best ways to actually do things. I believe that Scotland can do that for itself. In terms of the final amendment, at Amendment 26, this requires the identification of which parliamentary procedure the ministers would expect to apply, and I will press that amendment as well.
Thank you, Ms Ballantyne. And could I call on Mark Ruskell to speak to Amendment 19 and the other amendments in this group?
Yeah, thanks, Presiding Officer. And can I welcome Liam MacArthur's work in this area and the strong cross-party agreement behind those amendments. In terms of Amendment 19, I just want to briefly explain why I'm bringing this forward. It is disappointing that the European principle of animal sentience has not been included on the face of this continuity bill. Now, I did move amendments at stage 2 to part 2 of the bill to retain the principle. Those amendments were defeated, with the government returning back to arguments that animal welfare laws from over 100 years ago are somehow still sufficient. Rosanna Cunningham did tell the Environment Committee 1 year ago that the Animal Welfare Commission was considering the principle further, but as yet there's no conclusion to that work and no report from that work. And I think there's a lack of clarity as to whether Liam MacArthur's amendments would actually deliver that detailed consideration by a specific date. So my Amendment 19 is really belt and braces. It acknowledges that the government wants more time to consider definitions of animal sentience, but it does require it to consult and report to Parliament within 1 year.
Thank you, Mr Ruskell. And could I call on the Cabinet Secretary, Mr Ruskell, to speak to Amendment 24 and the other amendments in this group?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This group is the lengthiest group of the parts of the bill which I'm responsible for, and covers the policy statement, reporting and explanatory statements. With respect to the policy statement, I'm grateful to Liam MacArthur for the constructive way in which he's approached his amendments, and I'm happy to support them. There needs to be a strong role for Parliament, as the policy statement will be the key document which will guide and define the way in which ministers approach the use of the power. And taken together, Liam MacArthur's amendments do the following. Firstly, they will require that the policy statement contains details of the approach ministers intend to take and the process they intend to follow in deciding whether to use the power. This will enable the government, as part of the policy statement, to set out the approach it intends to take to consultation. Secondly, they set out the process which must be undertaken to consult with and seek Parliament's approval of the draft policy statement. If Parliament was unhappy with what the government said on consultation or anything else, it could resolve not to approve the policy statement. Thirdly, they require ministers to make an explanatory statement accompanying any regulations made in advance of the policy statement being agreed or which are not in accordance with the policy statement. This would explain the reasons why it was considered necessary, bringing the issue to Parliament's attention for appropriate scrutiny, but not preventing the government from acting if it needs to act. Liam MacArthur's amendments achieve more clearly and in a more rounded and balanced way what Michelle Ballantyne's amendments 52, 16 and 17 seek to achieve. Amendment 52 would require ministers to publish an additional statement, but there will be no express provision allowing this additional statement to be revised. Amendment 17 would require ministers to lay draft statements, but Amendment 18 achieves this in a clearer and more comprehensive way. Amendment 16 seeks to make clear that ministers cannot use the power to align until statements have been approved. There are some severe technical deficiencies with this amendment. It's unclear how it would relate to section 4A3, which provides it's not necessary for a policy statement to have been published before the power is used. But more fundamentally, unlike Liam MacArthur's Amendment 21, it fails to recognise a situation may arise in which it is in Scotland's best interest to use the power. And therefore, I think, although Michelle Ballantyne says she intends to continue to press it, I do think it is the worst of all worlds. Turning now to reporting, Section 7 requires ministers to report on the use of the power. Voting at Stage 2 on amendments produced a rather confused set of provisions. Amendments 24, 25, 27, 28 and 29 in my name essentially tidy up the bill and address those anomalies. Amendment 24 removes an overlapping duty on ministers to report on intended uses of the power. Amendment 25 removes some unnecessary wording. Amendment 27 omits the duty of ministers to lay a first report setting out intended use of the power within 2 months of that power taking effect, and this avoids clashes with the Scottish Parliament elections. Amendment 28 tidies up the definition of the first reporting period. Amendment 29 alters the reporting requirements, so they're in a yearly rhythm, which is in step with the European Commission's annual work programme. And I'm happy to support Liam MacArthur's Amendment 32 and consequential Amendment 31. Amendment 32 strengthens Parliament's role in relation to how the government intends to use the power to align with EU law. Amendment 32 also makes specific provision in relation to the circumstances which some might view primary legislation as more appropriate. And Mike Rumbles and others have expressed their views on this point. Indeed, I know that Mike Rumbles had objections to the first continuity bill, as well as specific objections on this point to this bill. I thank him for the discussion we've had. I'm happy to confirm to him that Amendment 32 does address his concerns, as I think he has acknowledged. It will allow Parliament the opportunity to set out a clear view that certain matters should not be subject to secondary legislation. It will force the government to have regard to those views and to respond specifically to them. What it won't do, because it would not be appropriate, is to force any government to bring forward primary legislation. But it will, of course, remain open to Parliament to annul or not approve any secondary legislation if it does not agree with it, and then bring forward its own primary legislation when it feels that's right. There's always been a role in this bill for primary legislation, particularly in areas of major innovation, where I would not expect a government to bring forward secondary legislation. I'm very happy, therefore, to confirm that in the support for Amendment 32, and I hope that the Chamber will agree. I just want, as I bring this to an end, to say thank you to Patrick Harvey, to Liam MacArthur, to Alec Rowley, to Angela Constance and Mike Rumbles in particular for engaging in the pragmatic way to take these issues forward. I can't support Amendment 53 in the name of Dean Lockhart. It would introduce, as many of the amendments would, an unhelpful procedure which would tie up the government and the use of this bill in endless rounds of reporting and essentially stymie the effective use of the power. His amendment is unnecessary anyway, as Angela Constance's amendments 22 and 23 will require ministers to report on how past and future uses of the power contribute to achieving the purpose set out in Amendment 7. Ministers will have to report on any uses of the power that have been under active consideration but have not been implemented. And Liam MacArthur's Amendments 15 and 21 require that if ministers bring forward legislation which is not in accordance with the policy statement, they must not only make a statement explaining why, but review the policy statement itself. And that makes Amendment 53 unnecessary. And Amendment 26 from Michelle Ballantyne would require that ministers set out the report which parliamentary procedure should apply. In some cases, it would be premature for the government to give an indication as to which procedure would be most appropriate, because the particular measure may be at an early stage of development. This is an anticipatory report. And for that reason, it wouldn't be appropriate to require this information to have to be included in the report. Let me just turn to explanatory statements before I turn to animal sentience. Michelle Ballantyne's Amendment 20 duplicates what the bill already requires, that when ministers use the power, they must make a statement explaining the instrument, why there are good reasons for it, what the law was previously, and the effect on retained EU law. They must also make statements on the effect of the instrument on equality legislation, human rights, employment, health and safety, and financial implications, whether there's been a consultation. There is vast crossover between the terms of Amendment 20 and what we've already agreed, and consideration of whether any alternative approaches could deliver equivalent outcomes is exactly the sort of issue which will be addressed in the Scottish Minister's policy statement, which, if Liam MacArthur's Amendment 18 is agreed, will need to be approved by this Parliament. Finally, on animal sentience and in the Amendment 19 in the name of Mark Ruskell, there is a misunderstanding that by some that all species of animals are sentient beings, and that appears to have led to confusion as to what it means to implement the sentience principle. Whether or not particular animals are sentient is a matter of scientific fact and evidence rather than a principle. It's widely accepted that vertebrate animals, such as mammals, fish, reptiles and birds, are sentient, but that's not true for the vast majority of invertebrates. What the sentience principle means is an obligation to have regard to the welfare needs of those animals that are sentient when developing policy and legislation. Amendment 19 is not needed to do that. As I said, when supporting Angela Constant's Amendment 7 in Group 2, that amendment will require the government to have due regard to the purpose, which is, amongst other things, to contribute towards maintaining and advancing standards in relation to animal health and welfare, when using the power to align with EU law. And Angela Constant's amendments 22 and 23 require ministers to report in each reporting period on how the use of Section 1.1 has contributed, or continues to contribute, or is expected to contribute to achieving the purpose provided for by Amendment 7. And Angela Constant's Amendment 7 does not impinge on the generality of the power, which Amendment 19 does. It attempts to imply that in this one matter, it is more important than all the others, which the power to align could be used in relation to. Nonetheless, I appreciate the amendment, and I want to say directly to Mark Ruskell that the Scottish Government will consider and report on how Section 1.1 power can be used to maintain and advance welfare standards in relation to sentient animals. Therefore, considering what Amendments 7, 22 and 23 will achieve, and the fact that the Scottish Animal Welfare Commission has a remit to report annually on how the welfare of sentient animals has been addressed, I urge the member not to press his amendment to this bill. So, in summary, Presiding Officer, I ask members for the support for the amendments in my name. I commend the amendments in the name of Liam MacArthur. I'm grateful for all those members who have worked hard to come together behind these amendments, and I ask that Mark Ruskell, Michelle Ballantyne and Dean Lockhart do not move the amendments in their name.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. And I call on Dean Lockhart to speak to Amendment 53 and the other amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My Amendment 53 introduces a reporting requirement in limited circumstances where Scottish ministers decide not to exercise the keep pace powers. This amendment actually goes beyond the other amendments in this section and gives the relevant committee of Parliament the power to request a report by Scottish ministers into the non-use of these powers, but only when the committee considers that there has been a significant change in EU law or policy that has not been followed. And the reasoning behind this amendment is that it would provide Parliament and stakeholders with a better understanding of where Scots law is aligned or not aligned, as the case may be, with future EU law and the reasons why. With regard to other amendments in this group, we will support Liam MacArthur's amendments and Michelle Ballantyne's Amendments 16, 20 and 26, but not Amendment 17. We are unable to support the Cabinet Secretary's amendments in this grouping, as in large part they seek to reduce the reporting requirements agreed at Stage 2 of the bill. I move Amendment 53 in my name.
Thank you very much, Mr Lockhart. I'm going to call Mike Rumbles to be followed by Christine Graeme. Mike Rumbles.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I support anything which allows Scotland to trade more easily with our neighbours, including this bill. However, I was genuinely concerned that the bill as it stands, before amendment here at Stage 3, allows the government to use regulations for keeping pace powers when, for major change, it should really use primary legislation. Because, of course, as we all know, regulations can't be amended and that would be difficult in the Scottish Parliament to do anything other. I brought amendments forward at stage 2 to prevent this happening, but didn't press them. I was particularly taken by the comments that Alex Rowley made to me at stage 2 when he thought I'd gone a little bit too far, and I recognise that. But what I want to do is give credit where credit is due, and I want to give that credit to Mike Russell, the Cabinet Secretary. He has worked really well with everybody, including myself, to reach a consensus on this very important issue about the power of Parliament vis-à-vis the power of the executive. Because it's been my experience over the years that executives or governments of whichever party want to use regulations quite extensively when perhaps other arrangements might be more appropriate. But the Cabinet Secretary did engage with me and other colleagues, and as a result, we've got in subsection 6 of Amendment 32 in Liam MacArthur's name, something that really tackles this issue, because it ensures that Parliament can make it clear that if Parliament feels that the changes should be by primary legislation, it can say so formally to the Scottish Government. And the Scottish Government must respond to that statement. And I cannot believe that Mike Russell is quite right, no Parliament can force a government to introduce primary legislation on something. But if Parliament spoke and said that the government should do it, I would be very surprised if any government turned around to Parliament and said, no, it wasn't, it would proceed with regulation. So I have to say this is a pragmatic compromise. It's a very good compromise. It achieves the objectives. And actually, I have to say, from everybody working together like this to achieve the objective, I haven't seen a better example of that. And I just want to end again by complimenting the Cabinet Secretary for his willingness to reach agreement across the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Rumbles. And can I call on Christine Graeme?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I very much support the sentiments behind Mark Ruskell's amendment, and he knows he'll accept my view on the principle of the sentience of animals. I have to say the Cabinet Secretary is preempted, as he's perfectly entitled to do much of what I wanted to say, which will make this a shorter contribution. I think the difficulty with Mark Ruskell's amendment is this is not the place to do it. If one looks at the section he's referring to, the purpose of maintaining and advancing standards, there are 5 different sectors to be dealt with, from environmental protection, animal health and welfare, plant health, equality, social protection. He's seeking, all of which must be reported on, but he's seeking a special report on animal sentience, and I don't think that's appropriate in this legislation. It might be appropriate elsewhere. I also think that Ms Constance's Amendment 7, requiring ministers of due regard to the purpose, that is, animal welfare, is significant. And of course, Amendments 22 and 23 do require ministers to report. So you would be inserting a standalone consultation, don't say who's to be consulted or how it's to go about, on just the animal sentience. So I don't think it's appropriate. And finally, I think, and it's been referred to by the Cabinet Secretary, the Animal Welfare Commission does have a role here. It's been early days. It was only established in September last year. I've looked at the minutes at the last meeting in December. It has now joined the European Animal Welfare Councils. One of their targets is the welfare of animals and sentient animals. So I think we should give that time to breathe and to report. And its duty, of course, is to see how this affects devolved policy area. So I note, Mr Ruskell, you said it was belt and braces, but I don't think you need them.
Thank you very much, Ms Graeme. And I call on Lee MacArthur to wind up in this group and to pressure withdraw Amendment 12.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Always willing to take Christine Graham's advice on the wearing of belts and braces. Can I thank all those that have contributed to this debate? Can I offer an apology firstly to Michelle Ballantyne, Dean Lockhart and Mark Ruskell for not addressing their amendments in my opening remarks, as they'll appreciate I had quite a bit of ground to cover. I welcome Michelle Ballantyne's comments in withdrawing a number of her amendments, but even those that she indicated pressing, I don't think we can support for many of the reasons that have been outlined by the Cabinet Secretary, not least that they rather duplicate or are unnecessary as a result of the amendments, hopefully, in my name, that will be passed. In terms of Mark Ruskell's Amendment 19, I find myself very much in the same place as Christine Graeme, very sympathetic towards the principle underlying them. But I think for the reasons set out by the Cabinet Secretary and echoed by Christine Graeme, it's not an amendment that we could support. I'm grateful to a number of members, to Patrick Harvey, to Angela Constance, and Alec Rowley in particular, for their help and support in taking forward these amendments, but particularly the Cabinet Secretary for the way that he has engaged with me on it. As he said, these amendments are about improving transparency, accountability, and underpinning Parliament's legitimate scrutiny and oversight function in relation to the quite significant powers that this bill invests in ministers, and that's absolutely right and proper. It's been a genuinely collaborative cross-party effort and collaborative effort between Parliament and Government. And I think it's a signal of the festive season of goodwill to all men and women that we find Mike Russell and Rumbles in unison on this bill. So I think on that basis that there is no finer way to end my contribution on this. Thank colleagues for the contribution and move Amendment 12 in my name.
Thank you very much, Mr MacArthur. So the question is that Amendment 12 be agreed to. Are we agreed? We are agreed. Thank you. Can I call Amendment 13, Mr MacArthur, to move or not move?
Move.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 13 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I'll call Amendment 52. I believe Michelle Ballantyne indicated she did not wish to move this.
Yeah, not moved.
Not moved. Can I call Amendment 15 in the name of Liam MacArthur? Mr MacArthur, to move or not move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 15 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 16. Michelle Ballantyne, to move or not move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 16 be agreed to. Are we agreed? We're not agreed. We're going to move to a vote on Amendment 16 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne, a 1-minute division. Members may vote now. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you have had any issues or difficulties with that vote. I can tell Gail Ross that she has voted. Ms Ross, you have voted. Jeremy Balfour, point of order. Jeremy Balfour.
Thank you, President Officer. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Balfour. I'll make sure that is added to the register. Mr Balfour would have voted yes. The result of the vote on amendment number 16 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne is yes 27, no 90. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 17? I believe Michelle Ballantyne indicated she did not wish to move.
Not moved.
That is not moved. Can I call amendment 18? Lee MacArthur to move.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 18 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call amendment 19? Mark Ruskell to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. Can I call amendment 20? Michelle Ballantyne to move.
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 20 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 20 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne. A 1-minute division. Members, be vote now. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you have had any difficulties in voting. The result of the vote on Amendment 20 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne is yes 27, no 91. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call Amendment 21, Lee MacArthur to move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 21 be agreed to. Are we agreed? We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 22 in the name of Angela Constance? Tom Arthur, this was debated earlier with Group 7, Amendment 7. Tom Arthur to move or not move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 22 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 23 in the name of Angela Constance? Tom Arthur to move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 23 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. Can I call Amendment 24 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary? This was debated with Amendment 12. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 24 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 24 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, Mike Russell. And members may cast their votes now. This is Amendment 24, a 1-minute division. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you have had any difficulties in voting. Ben McPherson, point of order.
That doesn't seem to have registered my vote. I would have voted yes.
Thank you. Ben McPherson did vote. Thank you. A point of order, Keith Brown.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm being assured that you did vote, Mr. Brown. Thank you.
Sorry?
I can confirm to both Claire Adamson and Aileen Campbell that both of you did vote. Your vote was registered. Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 24 in the name of Michael Russell is yes 91, no 27. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Can I call Amendment 25 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary? This was debated with Amendment 12. Cabinet Secretary to move.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 25 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 25 in the name of Cabinet Secretary Mike Russell. A 1-minute division. Members may vote now. That vote has closed. Please let me know if you have had any difficulties with your vote. Point of order, Alexander Burnett.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It's not coming through on my screen. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. You would have voted no. That will be added to the register. Point of order, Jackie Bailey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I was unable to vote, but I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Bailey. You would have voted yes. I'll make sure that is added to the register as well. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 25 in the name of Michael Russell is yes 90, no 26. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Can I call amendment 26 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne? Michelle Ballantyne to move.
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 26 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 26 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne. This will be a 1-minute division. That vote is now closed. Members, please alert me if there are any issues with voting. The result of the vote on amendment number 26 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne is yes 30, no 87. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. And before I move any further, I'm afraid we're running slightly behind time. Under Rule 9.8.5a, I'm minded to accept a motion without notice to propose that the next time limit be extended by up to 30 minutes. Could I call on the Minister for Parliamentary Business to move such a motion?
Presiding Officer, moved.
Thank you very much. So the question is that we extend business by 30 minutes. Are we all agreed? Yes, yes, we are agreed. Can I call amendments 27, 28 and 29, all in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, all previously debated with Amendment 12, invite the Cabinet Secretary to move en bloc?
Moved en bloc.
Thank you. Does any member object if I put these three questions en bloc? No. The question is that amendments 27 to 29 are agreed. Are we all agreed? Not agreed. Sorry, I must have misheard. In that case, we'll have to put them individually. The question, I call amendment 27. The question is that 27 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We will now move to a vote on amendment 27. This will be a 1-minute division. Amendment 27 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, Michael Russell. Members may vote now. That vote is closed. Please let me know if you have had any difficulties. The result of the vote on amendment number 27 in the name of Michael Russell is yes 87, no 31. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. The next question is that amendment 28 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 28. This is a 1-minute division. Members may vote now. That vote is closed. Please let me know if you have had any difficulties. Point of order, Brian Whittle.
Had an error message on my platform. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Whittle. That vote will be added. A no vote for Mr Whittle. Liz Smith, point of order.
Same for me, and I would have voted no.
That also will be added to the voted register. Liz Smith and Brian Whittle voted no. Point of order, Maurice Corrie.
No, I'm sorry, mine hasn't come up.
Thank you, Mr Corrie. Didn't vote. That vote will be added to Mr Corrie. Voted no. The result of the vote on Amendment 28 in the name of Michael Russell is yes 91, no 28. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. The next question is that Amendment 29 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We move to a division on Amendment 29 in the name of Michael Russell. A 1-minute division. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you have had any difficulties. Point of order, Keith Brown.
But I've had no confirmation. I would have voted yes.
Thank you. I can confirm that actually your vote was registered. Point of order, Claire Hockey. I can assure you, Ms Hockey, your vote did count, was registered. And I can assure Mr Mountain, Edward Mountain, that his vote was also registered. Thank you. And Marie Todd, I can also assure you that your vote also was registered. And Claire Adamson, also your vote was registered. And Colin Beattie, also I can assure you your vote was registered. The result of the vote on amendment number 29 in the name of Michael Russell is yes 90, no 28. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Can I call amendment 30 in the name of Angela Constance? This was debated earlier with amendment 7 and ask Tom Arthur to move.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 30 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call amendment 31 in the name of Liam MacArthur? Liam MacArthur to move.
Moved.
Thank you very much. The question is that amendment 31 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Are we agreed? Yes. Yes, we are agreed. Can I call amendment 32, Liam MacArthur to move?
Moved.
Thank you very much. The question is that amendment 32 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call amendment 53 in the name of Dean Lockhart? Dean Lockhart to move.
Move, President.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 53 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 53. This is in the name of Dean Lockhart. It's a 1-minute division. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you have had any difficulties. Point of order from Lee MacArthur.
Thanks, President Officer. I was getting an error message and I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr MacArthur. I'll make sure that vote is registered. Mr MacArthur voted no. Bob Doris, point of order. Bob Doris. While we're waiting for Mr Doris, I can tell Claire Adamson that her vote was registered. Oh, sorry. Beg your pardon. I can tell Alex Cole-Hamilton that his vote was registered. Bob Doris, no need for a point of order. Your vote was actually registered. The result of the vote on Amendment 53 in the name of Dean Lockhart is yes 28, no 90. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. We're going to move on now to Group 6. This is on duties in relation to guiding principles on the environment. I call Amendment 33 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary Rosanna Cunningham. This is grouped with Amendments 34 and 36. Cabinet Secretary to move Amendment 33 and speak to all the amendments in this group.
Presiding Officer, throughout the passage of this bill, there's been a lot of debate about the framing of the duties in sections 10 and 11 in respect of the guiding principles on the environment. The duties on ministers and public authorities seek to ensure a continued role for domestic environmental principles informed by EU environmental principles in the development of law and policy in Scotland. The Environment, Climate Change and Land Reform Committee in its Stage 1 report called for a strengthening of the formulation of the duties. At Stage 2, opposition amendments to change the form of the duty to act in accordance with did not gain support. I think that members recognise that this would be disproportionate with respect to the other duties and responsibilities of ministers and public authorities. And Finlay Carson did not press his amendments in relation to the formulation of the duties to allow further consideration. The guiding principles on the environment are important considerations in decision-making, but we need to ensure that the duties in respect of these principles, those on ministers and on public authorities, are proportionate in effect. This duty needs to work well with the wide range of statutory duties and other relevant factors that ministers and public authorities may have to consider in any decision-making process. The government's amendments would change the formulation of each duty to have due regard to the guiding principles on the environment. This will strengthen these duties in a way that maintains a proportionate balance with other duties and factors in decisions. Accordingly, I move Amendment 33 in my name and invite members to agree to Amendments 33, 34 and 36.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. Can I call on Finlay Carson to be followed by Mark Ruskell? Finlay Carson.
Thanks, President Officer. 33, 34 and 36 reflect my amendments in 1065 and 1066 while lodged, but subsequently withdrew in stage 2. My amendments were laid to address the have regard to question. The Clare report at stage 1 stated that the Scottish Government should bring forward amendments at stage 2 to strengthen the wording in relation to the duty to have regard to the principles. And the committee highlighted the suggestion made to it, which included a duty to have due regard or to act in accordance with. The strength of the duty to apply the principle is an issue that should and could have been dealt with at stage 2, and the committee recommended this, and it was disappointing that the government chose not to respond positively at that time, given that the same recommendations were made in relation to the UK Environment Bill by the Westminster Committee that conducted pre-legislative scrutiny, and the UK Government responded by agreeing to have due regard approach. These recommendations were, of course, based on stakeholder concerns, stakeholders who have experienced government exercising similar duties. That concern was probably best summarised by the Law Society of Scotland, who commented that you could have regard to, but attach little or no weight to it, and the phrase is, by its nature, limited in scope. So I welcome today's amendments in the name of Rosanna Cunningham, which I've accepted will strengthen the duty on Scottish ministers and public authorities to have due regard to the 5 environmental principles in the course of carrying out their functions. Strengthening the duty in this way represents an improvement on the current wording of the draft bill and would ensure that the principles are properly considered. The UK Environment Bill, Clause 18, which introduced the same 4 principles in relation to the responsibilities with sensitive states, uses the term have due regard to, and I'm sure there will be cross-party support recognising that the Scottish legislation should at least match that for England.
Thank you, Mr Carson, and I call on Mark Ruskell.
Thanks. And can I welcome this shift from the Cabinet Secretary, which does address the cross-party concerns in committee and does reflect the evidence that we heard from a number of eminent professors of environmental law. This is a subtle but significant change of wording from have regard to have due regard to, and at the very least it means that we won't fall behind the UK Government in environmental alignment. I would far rather have seen the phrase act in accordance with on the face of the bill, because it does bake in those European principles into policy making, but the Greens will be backing these amendments that have been put forward by the Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you very much. Does the Cabinet Secretary wish to add any comment? In that case, we'll go straight to the question. The question is that Amendment 33 be agreed to. Are we agreed? We are agreed to. Can I call on the Cabinet Secretary, Rosanna Cunningham, to move Amendment 34?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 34 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. We're going to turn now to Group 7. Guiding Principles and Environmental Standards, Scotland, Scope of Exceptions for Financial Matters. Can I call Amendment 35 in the name of Mark Ruskell, grouped with Amendment 38. Mark Ruskell to move Amendment 35 and speak to both amendments.
Yeah, thanks, Presiding Officer, and happy to move Amendment 35. I do regret that the finance exclusion, the finance and budget exclusion in relation to the principles was not overturned at stage 2. But just to be clear, what I'm bringing forward at stage 3 is a much narrower amendment that's intended to clarify that fiscal policy and long-term budget strategy must draw on the environmental principles. And I believe that is consistent with the way that the European Union, European Commission approaches their budgets and their long-term fiscal policy and programmes. And, you know, years after the Christie Commission reported in Scotland, we've yet to fully embed preventative spend, preventative thinking into policy. The precautionary and the polluter pays principles that are in this bill are really strong drivers to support that preventative approach. But what, of course, we're seeing at the moment is that levers such as the landfill tax are currently not taking those environmental principles fully into account. The landfill tax, as an example, is largely blind to the growth of waste incinerators across Scotland at the moment, despite the evidence coming from Zero Waste Scotland that there's little difference between incineration and landfill in terms of climate impact. So this is clearly a situation where polluters are not paying, and that particular policy is not paying due regard to the environmental principles. So, you know, fiscal policy must be at the heart of a Green New Deal for Scotland that can tackle the climate and nature emergencies while delivering a post-COVID economic recovery. And we can start that by being clear and explicit in this bill that the environmental principles will be there at every step to guide decisions over that long-term fiscal policy. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr Ruskell. Can I call on the Cabinet Secretary?
Presiding Officer, Amendment 35 attempts to clarify the scope of the exclusion of finance and budget matters from the scope of the duties with respect to the guiding principles on the environment. As I have explained in correspondence with the committee, this exclusion is intended to refer to purely finance and budgetary processes. The provisions at Section 10, subsection 3 of the bill reflect the exclusions that already exist in the Environmental Assessment Scotland Act 2005 and the European Environmental Assessment Directive. Many significant environmental policies will have some financial consequences and components, and these are not exempt from the requirements of the 2005 Act. Scottish Government and EC guidance makes clear that this exclusion is to be interpreted narrowly to ensure that strategic environmental assessment is undertaken in a meaningful and proportionate manner and at the right level of decision-making. Our provisions will achieve an equivalent scope for the application of the principles duties. Policies will not be excluded from consideration under the duties on the basis that they have some financial consequences and components. Moreover, the duty to have due regard to the guiding principles would apply to the development of environmental policies such as the plastic bag charge that seek to influence behaviour through price signals. If this amendment is agreed, it will not clarify the meaning of the exclusion of finance and budgets. In fact, it will do the opposite. It will create confusion. The appropriate place for explanation of the exclusion is the guidance, which will be published by the Scottish Ministers under Section 13, following consultation and a parliamentary procedure as set out in Section 14. Those subject to the duties in Sections 10 and 11 will be required to have regard to that guidance when exercising those duties. Amendment 38 attempts to clarify the scope of the exclusion of finance and budget matters from the definition of environmental law for the purposes of defining the scope of Environmental Standards Scotland. However, the amendment does not make sense and again would only create confusion. Environmental law is defined within the bill as legislative provisions concerned with environmental protection and not concerned with an excluded matter. The relation of this definition to an amendment that refers to economic strategy and fiscal policy is very unclear. What is clear is that in considering the effectiveness of environmental law and how it is implemented or applied, Environmental Standards Scotland will be able to consider relevant matters of resourcing. Amendment 38 is confused, it does not make sense, but would create uncertainty about the meaning of environmental law in Section 39. Environmental law is a key concept in the bill. The definition of environmental law defines the scope of ESS's functions and, in turn, its remit. Therefore, it is important that the definition of environmental law is clear, and I urge members to reject these amendments.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. Mark Ruskell to wind up and to press and withdraw Amendment 35.
Thanks very much, Presiding Officer. I listened carefully to what the Cabinet Secretary had to say there, and I think there were some useful clarifications, particularly in relation to the production of guidance under Section 13 and the relationship to existing law under strategic environmental assessment. I think on that basis we'll watch the delivery of that guidance very carefully and make sure that these principles are being applied maybe not to financial budgets, but certainly to fiscal policy going forward. And on that basis, I won't be moving these two amendments.
Thank you. So Mr Ruskell would like permission to withdraw Amendment 35. Does any member object? No. Thank you. We move to the next question. Well, I'll call Amendment 36. In fact, in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, Rosanna Cunningham. This was debated in the previous section. Thank you. The question is that Amendment 36 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. Turn now to Group 8. This is on environmental standards, Scotland functions and resources. Can I call Amendment 1? In the name of Claudia Beamish, this is grouped with the amendments as shown in the groupings. Claudia Beamish to move Amendment 1 and speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I move Amendment 1. Amendments 1 and 2 are designed to keep Scotland in line with the EU and to protect the right of any individual to raise a complaint against a public body decision for the misapplication of or failure to apply environmental law. My thanks go to Angus MacDonald for lodging these amendments at stage 2 of this process and enabling a full debate on this topic. Stage 1 and 2 of this process elucidated how, at an EU level, the right has led to precedent-setting cases with significant implications for robust environmental protection. It is the very purpose of this bill in the environmental part to remain aligned with those standards, and the government's cherry-picking here is, in my view, questionable. I'm aware of the government's concerns that this amendment might cause an overload of casework and become an additional layer of appeal. The ESS will already be able to consider information on individual cases, which suggests that the level of casework will already be there, and it would be managed by a triage system, as I understand it, through its strategy. Also providing enforcement powers is crucial in enabling the occasional case to be fully investigated and action taken. A legal barrier to this is very concerning, and as RSPB Scotland put it, it will, I quote, tie the ESS hands behind its back. Judicial review should not be the only option available to people, as they are well known to be costly and very time-consuming. And this is not the low-level access to justice that we should be aiming at. Failure to see these amendments pass will not only put Scotland out of step with the EU, but also behind UK arrangements, as the Office of Environmental Protection has not been put under the same limitations. Scottish citizens should not have fewer rights than the EU or English counterparts. I highlight the Scottish Environment Link petition in support of these amendments has received over 6,000 supporters, and I urge the Scottish Government to reconsider and give its support today. I would also add my support to Amendments 39 and 40 on removing the exclusion of climate change from ESS's remit. I will say, in my view, it is somewhat poor form from Scottish Government to submit another member's amendments without agreement, especially after discussion. However, I welcome these amendments initially lodged at stage 2 by myself and by Mark Ruskell and then withdrawn, as I clearly support their intention. I also support Mark Ruskell's Amendment 43 to ensure sufficient funds for the ESS. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Beamish. Can I call on the Cabinet Secretary, Rosanna Cunningham, to speak to Amendment 37 and the other amendments?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm disappointed to see Amendments 1 and 2 in the name of Claudia Beamish before us today. As she indicated, these amendments are identical to amendments lodged at stage 2 by Angus MacDonald, which were withdrawn by him. No other member at that point sought to move these amendments at stage 2 following substantial discussion. I am confident that the model of environmental governance contained in the bill will be robust and effective. As I've made clear throughout the process, arrangements have been designed that fit with existing institutions and regulatory processes in Scotland and promote environmental improvement through finding agreed solutions to improve the implementation of environmental law. Enforcement powers are needed to underpin such a system, but I will be disappointed if these are used at all frequently. These amendments would fundamentally alter the nature of the powers given to Environmental Standards Scotland to issue compliance notices and prepare improvement reports, and risk creating confusion about regulatory process. The uncertainty and disruption to due process that this would create cannot be acceptable. We already have comprehensive statutory review and appeals regimes in place in Scotland, which allow individuals and Parliament to hold public bodies to account. We must seek to preserve the integrity of these regimes. These amendments would create significant uncertainty about the coherence of regulatory and planning decisions and would create pressure on Environmental Standards Scotland to embark on a series of adversarial challenges to individual decisions. I don't believe that this is in the interests of regulators, local authorities, regulated firms and individuals, or ultimately of the environment. Instead of a collaborative approach to finding improvements to the implementation of environmental law, Environmental Standards Scotland would be at loggerheads with regulators and business from day one. I think that Ms Beamish overstates the involvement of the European Commission in reviewing individual cases. Whilst the European Commission has, on occasion, chosen to investigate individual matters or decisions, its primary focus has and remains very much on decisions and matters of a strategic nature. And more generally, I think that people do overestimate in their minds the number of cases that the Commission has already brought. Official published Commission data refers to the UK as a whole, and in 2019 it shows that there were 30 new infringement cases, 11 of which relate to the environment. However, the majority of the infringement cases relate to failures to transpose directives on time. Only one of those 11 new cases relating to the environment was on a matter of concern about compliance with environmental law, rather than an issue of late transposition in some part of the UK. We do recognise the important role that Environmental Standards Scotland will fulfil to fill the gap in governance left by the Commission. The ESS must be focused on the most important environmental issues facing Scotland. Individuals and organisations will be able to submit information and concerns regarding individual decisions to ESS. ESS will be able to use that information to investigate any underlying regulatory practice issues that may be causing a failure of compliance or a lack of effectiveness in the law or its implementation. However, any enforcement action that ESS decides to take through issue of a compliance notice or preparation of an improvement report would be in relation to the underlying regulatory practice and not the individual regulatory decision. It is also worth noting that in addition to ESS-specific compliance notice and improvement report powers in sections 22 and 27 of the bill, section 34 of the bill gives ESS power to both bring proceedings for judicial review in relation to a public authority's conduct or to intervene in proceedings between other parties in order to make submissions to the issues, on the issues arising. These powers are expected to be used only rarely in the most significant cases. Before ESS may make an application for judicial review, it must be satisfied that the conduct constitutes a serious failure to comply with environmental law and that it is necessary to make the application to prevent or mitigate serious environmental harm. But Section 34 does not exclude these powers being exercised where the issues arising involve individual regulatory decisions. What we cannot do, however, is introduce at stage 3 of this bill process, the potential for compliance notices and improvement reports, ESS core enforcement tools, to be issued in respect of individual regulatory decisions when the bill was not designed on the basis that ESS would have such a remit. The provisions on compliance notices and improvement reports are not designed to accommodate the inclusion of individual cases. We will come soon to Amendment 3 in the name of Liz Smith. This amendment, which I will be happy to support, seeks to include provisions around reviewing the effectiveness of the governance arrangements put in place by this bill, including access to environmental justice. The review mechanisms proposed by Liz Smith's amendment provide Parliament with the opportunity to consider again whether the arrangements are effective and, in particular, if the exclusion of ESS compliance notice and improvement report powers in relation to individual regulatory decisions is preventing action from being taken where it should. As I've said, I am confident that the model of governance put in place by this bill will be robust and effective and will promote a collaborative approach to addressing deficiencies. It is clear that some stakeholders still have doubts about the model that they will be able to voice during the review if they still hold those views once the provisions are implemented. If the Parliament considers following the review that a change to the model is required, this will have to be thought through and reflected more widely in the provisions. And I therefore invite Ms Beamish not to press Amendments 1 and 2, but if she does, I would urge members to vote against them. Presiding Officer, if I could move rapidly to the other amendments in this group. Amendment 37, in my name, provides clarity about the exclusion of reserve bodies from the functions of ESS. This intention is clear from the policy memorandum at introduction, and this amendment simply makes it explicit on the face of the bill. I can reassure members that this will not create any governance gap. Clearly, UK bodies have to comply with devolved environmental regulations applicable to them in relation to any operations in Scotland, and this will continue to be enforced by the environmental regulators. Compliance by these bodies with any environmental provisions in reserved law will come under the oversight of the UK Office for Environmental Protection. Accordingly, I'd encourage members to agree to this amendment. Amendments 39 and 40 in my name remove the exclusion of strategic climate change emissions policy under parts 1 to 3 of the Scottish Climate Change Act from the scope of ESS's functions. The original intention for the exclusion was to avoid overlap, duplication and confusion with the existing roles of the UK Committee on Climate Change in advising on strategic climate change mitigation policy, such as the setting of economy-wide emissions reduction targets and those of the Parliament in scrutinising and making decisions on these matters. However, I have listened to the views expressed by committee members and others on this issue. At stage 2, an amendment was made to Schedule 2 of the bill that sets out the requirements for the strategy that ESS must produce. This amendment will require ESS to consider the relationship between its functions and those of the CCC, and to set out in its strategy how it will respect and avoid any overlap with the exercise of functions by the CCC. Clearly, ESS will make its own decisions about how to fulfil this requirement, but it is my expectation that ESS will fulfil the requirement in Schedule 2 by seeking a memorandum of understanding with the CCC. I'm confident that ESS will find ways to avoid duplication of effort on work on strategic climate change matters. In this context, and recognising the views expressed at stage 2 on the importance of simple and clear arrangements in this important policy space, I invite members to support Amendments 39 and 40. Finally, in this group, Amendment 43, in the name of Mark Ruskell, sets a framework for ministers' consideration of the resources available to ESS and for ESS to report on whether it has sufficient resources. I'm grateful to Mr Ruskell for accepting the offer I made at stage 2 to develop this amendment into a form that is consistent with budgetary procedures, and I invite members to support Amendment 43.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. And I call Mark Ruskell to move and speak to Amendment, or just to speak to Amendment 43.
Thank you very much. Can I firstly welcome Amendments 1 and 2 from Claudia Beamish to allow ESS to take action in relation to individual cases. My understanding is these amendments would not allow ESS to overturn individual regulatory decisions, but they would provide a solid backstop to make sure that authorities follow due process. And in that regard, I believe that they do bring certainty to those authorities. Can I also welcome Amendments 39 and 40, which remove the climate change exemptions from the bill, reversing the government's position against amendments lodged by Claudia Beamish and myself at stage 2. I don't think it ever made sense for ESS to have a role on climate adaptation, but no corresponding role on climate mitigation. And I agree with the Cabinet Secretary that Angus MacDonald's amendment from stage 2 now does rule out any overlap in functions between ESS and the UK Climate Change Committee. But to be honest, one area where the UKCC would never have been able to play a role would be as an enforcer. It's clearly an advisor rather than an enforcer, and what we need is an enforcement body. So alongside Parliament and alongside that statutory advisor, we do need that strong watchdog in the form of ESS, and that's what we'll now have by bringing climate change fully into the remit of ESS. Finally, can I speak to Amendment 43 in my own name and welcome the constructive discussions that we've had with the Cabinet Secretary and the Bill team on this. The newly appointed chair of the interim ESS body came to the Environment Committee recently, and he said, and I'll quote, "If we're going to create the new body and we're serious about it, we must ensure that we're funded to carry out the task." appropriately. So the purpose of this amendment is really to require the Scottish Ministers to ensure that resources are available for ESS, that they're sufficient and enable it to deliver its functions. The amendment also requires ESS to include in their annual reports their own assessment of whether the resources allocated were sufficient to enable it to deliver during that year in question. I think we all want to see an independent body putting the public interest first, and a crucial part of that is financial independence. So this amendment does provide more of that, and I welcome the government's support for it.
Thank you very much, Mr Ruskell. I'm going to call Claudia Beamish now to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 1.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I intend to press Amendment 1. I cannot agree with the Cabinet Secretary that these amendments on individual cases would have a crossover with other bodies, and I don't think that they would cause confusion. That is my view. And also, there is some reassurance from what the Cabinet Secretary has highlighted about Section 34. However, we need a robust watchdog, and I believe that these amendments would help to make this so. So I will be present. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Beamish. So the question is that Amendment 1 be agreed to. Are we agreed? We're not agreed. We're going to move to a vote, and this will be a 1-minute division on Claudia Beamish's Amendment 1. Members may vote now. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you have any difficulties. The result of the vote on Amendment 1 in the name of Claudia Beamish is yes 33, no 86. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call Amendment 2 in the name of Claudia Beamish to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. That is moved. The question is that Amendment 2 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote. Members may cast their votes now. This is Amendment 2 in the name of Claudia Beamish. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you have any difficulties. Thank you. The result of that vote on Amendment 2 in the name of Claudia Beamish is yes 30, no 87. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. We're turning now to Group 9. This is the duty to consult on effectiveness of governance arrangements. Could I call Amendment 3 in the name of Liz Smith? This is in a group on its own. Liz Smith to move and speak to Amendment 3.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. May I move the amendment number 3? And in doing so, can I thank the Cabinet Secretary and her officials for their very considerable engagement since stage 2. I lodged what was Amendment 1046 at stage 2 because of the gaps in governance which will almost certainly occur when the transition period ends. Likewise, the loss of access to the European Court of Justice will undoubtedly present issues, especially when environmental cases are examined for any breaches of the law. And whilst I fully appreciate that the newly established Environmental Standards Scotland and the process of judicial review will address many of these issues, there remain potential gaps in governance. Following the Cabinet Secretary's responses at stage 2, I recognise that there were timescale issues which could result in an overlap of reporting mechanisms beyond the end of the transition period. So Amendment 3 requires Scottish ministers to both produce and consult on 3 things. Firstly, whether there will be effective governance once the UK exits the EU. Secondly, whether the law in Scotland is effective when it comes to allowing access to justice on environmental matters. And thirdly, when an environmental court could enhance this process. If passed, Amendment 3 means that the Scottish Government has to consult with Environmental Standards Scotland, persons who are representative of the interests of those persons affected by the governance arrangement established in Part 2 of the Bill, and any other persons deemed relevant by ministers. That consultation on the report must start within 6 months of Environmental Standards Scotland publishing the strategy required under Section 18(1). So once again, can I thank the Cabinet Secretary and her officials for their very considerable engagement on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Smith. I call Mark Ruskell.
Thanks. The bill that we're debating today really fills only part of an environmental governance gap that existed before Brexit, but has grown ever wider since then. And I think in particular that the case for an environmental court, building on the expertise of the Scottish Land Court, is getting stronger all the while. There's certainly merit in a civil court focusing on appeals, tribunals and judicial review type work, while allowing criminal matters to remain with the Crown Office Procurator Fiscal Service, the Sheriff Courts and the High Courts. So I welcome this amendment, which keeps the door open to further reform once ESS is bedded in and once the implications of Brexit have become clearer in the next session of Parliament. So we will be supporting this amendment.
Thank you very much. And I call on the Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I'd like to thank Liz Smith for her cooperation in preparing this amendment before us today, which will support ongoing scrutiny of the approach to environmental protection and access to justice. This amendment adequately addresses the concerns I did raise at stage 2 regarding timescales for this work. The timescales now set out in this amendment provide sufficient opportunity for ESS to become a fully operational and established body, allowing ministers to undertake a meaningful and informed review of the effectiveness and appropriateness of the environmental governance arrangements established by the bill. This will also allow stakeholders to contribute to the review with the benefit of the experience of ESS in operation. Given the importance and potential wide-ranging effects of the matters potentially to be considered, it is important to ensure that stakeholders and communities are given sufficient opportunity to participate in the consultation exercise and for proposals and recommendations to be brought forward which are both meaningful and evidence-based. The timescales for undertaking the consultation and review processes will be outlined by Scottish ministers upon their commencement, which must occur no later than 6 months after the publication of ESS strategy. I welcome Amendment 3 and its aim of ensuring robust and meaningful scrutiny of our arrangements in relation to environmental governance and access to environmental justice, particularly as we do seek to keep pace with developments in Europe. And I'm happy to support this amendment and encourage everybody to agree to Amendment 3 when it comes to a vote.
Thank you. I call on Liz Smith to wind up and to press a withdrawal Amendment 3.
Nothing further to add, Presiding Officer. I'm very grateful for members' support and I will press the amendment.
Thank you very much. So we go straight to the question. The question is that Amendment 3 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 37 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, Rosanna Cunningham? This was debated with Amendment 1. Cabinet Secretary to move. Thank you. The question is that Amendment 37 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 38. I believe Mark Ruskell indicated he didn't wish to move this. Not moved. Can I call Amendment 39 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary? Cabinet Secretary to move. That is moved. The question is that Amendment 39 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 40? Cabinet Secretary to move. That is moved. The question is that Amendment 40 be agreed to. Are we agreed? We are agreed. We're going to turn now to Group 10. This is on Environmental Policy Strategy. Can I call Amendment 41 in the name of Claudia Beamish, grouped with the amendments as shown in the groupings? Claudia Beamish to move Amendment 41 and to speak to all the amendments in this group.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Amendment 41 places Scotland's environment strategy on a statutory footing in an effort to uphold the environmental standards that we have benefited from during our membership of the EU. We all recognise that we face a nature emergency and our environment is in urgent need of a re-energised policy and a strategic and holistic vision. My thanks must go to the Scottish Government for working with me to find an agreement with this amendment drafting. Ministers must now publish a strategy that sets out objectives for environmental protection and improvement. It must include the policies to deliver these objectives, and it must monitor and report back on the progress of meeting these objectives. I welcome Mark Ruskell's Amendment 41A, which adds reference to the high level of environmental protection, alongside my amendment's reference to sustainable development, health and well-being, integration with other policy areas, and climate change and biodiversity crises. Members may recall at stage 2, I had a similar amendment with a short framework for delivery. This amendment differs in that ministers must instead report to Parliament on progress annually until the final document is laid. My hope is that this will keep momentum up and prevent the strategy drifting out of focus. Scottish Labour will support Mark Ruskell's Amendment 41B, requiring a date to be set for the objectives to be met. Despite a provision to set nature targets in the UK Government Environment Bill, I'm aware of the concerns the Scottish Government has on this. It is right that these amendments are separate so that the strategy may pass with UK Government support, but I state Scottish Labour's support for any steps towards nature targets. My Amendment 44 is a consequential one and adds the strategy to the long title. And amendment adds due to the regard ministers must have to the strategy while making policy or legislation in line with the government's amendments 33 and others of that same ilk. I think this really does strengthen the obligations in the nature strategy and makes my first amendment 41 in this group more robust. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Ms Beamish. Can I call on Mark Ruskell to move Amendment 41A and to speak to all the amendments in this group?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Happy to move Amendment 41A. And can I, on the back of Claudia Beamish's comments, really welcome the consensus that's now emerged on the need for environmental strategy to be embedded into legislation. The setting of clear objectives that can be monitored, reported and scrutinised is absolutely critical in a nature emergency. But any objectives without a clear date to aim for fall short of being meaningful targets. And that's why I'm moving Amendment 41B to turn the objectives into targets by the very simple action of setting a date for their delivery. If they're not time-bound, then inevitably objectives will drift. And in a nature emergency, we can't afford delays. Action is needed, and it's needed now. Lastly, my Amendment 41A embeds the hugely important principle enshrined in the Treaty of the Function of the European Union that we must always aim for a high level of environmental protection. Now, this could equally sit as a standalone environmental principle or as an objective under Section 12 in this bill, but I'm content if it appears here, guiding the development of the strategy and its objectives. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr Ruskell. And I call on the Cabinet Secretary, Rosanna Cunningham.
Presiding Officer, a previous version of Amendment 41 was indeed lodged but not moved by Claudia Beamish at stage 2, following an agreement to work together with a view to bringing forward an adjusted amendment at stage 3, which is what you see before you. Amendments 41 and 44 do now adequately address the concerns I raised at stage 2 regarding the timescales for the preparation of the strategy and how such a strategy would fit within the complex landscape of existing and planned frameworks and strategies. I also welcome Amendment 41A in the name of Mark Ruskell, which introduces the aim of securing a high level of environmental protection with this strategy. I think that this is the right place in the bill to continue the effect of this aim drawn from the provisions of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union. As members will know, I published an ambitious vision for Scotland's environment earlier this year as a part of our environment strategy. This publication also included the key outcomes that we need to achieve this vision and set the direction for further work on the strategy, including a strategic environmental assessment. Part of the reason I was keen for Scotland to have a clear environment strategy was to underpin our environmental policy once we are out with the EU, and so to reinforce our commitment to maintain and enhance standards.
Could I ask members at the back to stop chatting, please? Cabinet Secretary.
I agree that that is important to build the environment strategy into this bill. Amendment 41C would alter the duty on Scottish ministers with respect to the environmental policy strategy when making policy from have regard to have due regard, and this would be consistent with the changes that I proposed to the duty with respect to the guiding principles on the environment, which we debated in an earlier group. So I do welcome amendments 41, 41A, 41C and 44. I'm happy to support them and encourage members to agree to them when it comes to a vote. With respect to Amendment 41B in the name of Mark Ruskell, whilst I recognise the benefit in providing clear timescales for delivery, I don't think that this amendment will provide any tangible benefit. The environmental policy strategy will act as a framework for a wide and complex range of policies and strategies. Each strategy will have timescales, often related to international processes such as the Paris Accord or the Convention on Biodiversity. Each policy will have their own detailed monitoring and reporting frameworks and associated scrutiny mechanisms, such as those set out in detail in the Marine Strategy. Each will have its own timetable, which is suited to the particular issue at hand. To impose one overarching timetable would fail to recognise the nuances of each issue and could risk arbitrarily undermining the specific work and timetable required. If we were required to set a single timescale in the strategy, this is likely to mirror our existing goal to achieve the vision set out earlier this year by 2045. And accordingly, I ask Mr Ruskell not to move this amendment and for members not to support this amendment if pressed.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. Could I call on Claudia Beamish to wind up in this group and on Amendment 41?
Yes, thank you, Presiding Officer, and I'm very pleased to hear the remarks of the Cabinet Secretary, and I do think that this amendment is very important nature strategy on which, of course, with nature we all depend and are all part of, and I think this will set the tone for the future as we move forward together to make sure that we live on a planet which can sustain us all and everything else that is part of it. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. And before we move to the vote on that, we'll actually ask Mark Ruskell to wind up and to move Amendment 41A, or press Amendment 41A, the amendments to the amendment.
You're asking me to wind up? Yes,
to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 41A. We have to take the amendments to the amendment before we can take 41.
Okay, thank you, Presiding Officer. I won't say too much more, but just to say that in relation to setting a timescale for the delivery of objectives, I think this is hugely important. We've seen, for example, with the designation of marine protected areas, it took 10 years for this Parliament agreeing the Marine Scotland Act to MPAs being designated just this year. So I think the setting of targets is really important. It'll be up for the government to decide which dates it wanted to put in that. If it wanted to reflect those that are in the existing environment strategy, if it wanted to develop new ones, then fine. But targets are important. It sets out our ambition, it sets out the timescale, and that's why I think that's important. I won't say anything more about the other amendments. I welcome the Cabinet Secretary's support for the other amendments within the group, and in particular, the adoption of this critical EU objective around delivering a high level of environmental protection. That's been there in EU policy for years and years. It's really guided the direction of governments and member states, and it's really important that it's going to be in this piece of legislation going forward. With that, I'll move Amendment 41A, I think.
Thank you very much. So the question is that Amendment 41A be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 41B, Mark Ruskell, to move or not move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 41B be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to division on Amendment 41B. In the name of Mark Ruskell, this will be a 1-minute division. Amendment 41B. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you had any difficulties in voting. Point of order from Claudia Beamish.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My voting app failed to open, so I'm almost sure I didn't vote.
Can I just confirm, Ms Beamish, that you would have voted yes to that or no to that amendment?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Yes, I would have voted yes.
You would have voted yes. I'll make sure that vote is added, Ms Beamish. Thank you. Polly McNeill, point of order. Polly McNeill.
Presiding Officer, same problem. The app didn't open and I would have voted yes to that amendment, 41B.
Thanks very much, Ms McNeill. I'll make sure that your vote yes is added to the register. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 41B in the name of Mark Ruskell is yes 31, no 86. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call amendment 41C in the name of Claudia Beamish? Claudia Beamish to move.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. The question is that 41C be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. The next question is, sorry, can I ask Claudia Beamish if she wishes to move to press Amendment 41 as amended?
I would like to press it, Amendment.
Thank you.
Presiding Officer, thank you.
Yes, 41 as amended. The question is that Amendment 41 as amended be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 42? Michelle Ballantyne indicated earlier she maybe did not wish to move this amendment. Not moved. Thank you. Can I call Amendment 43 in the name of Mark Ruskell? Mark Ruskell to move.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 43 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 44? Claudia Beamish to move.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Ms Beamish. The question is that Amendment 44 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. And that ends consideration of amendments. Now, at this stage in proceedings, I am required under standing orders to decide whether or not, in my view, any provision of this bill relates to a protected subject matter, that is, whether it modifies the electoral system and franchise for Scottish parliamentary elections. In the case of this bill, in my view, it does not. Therefore, it does not require a supermajority to be passed at stage 3. So we're going to move on to the stage 3 debate. We'll just have a short pause while we change seats. Short pause.
Thank you. Next item of business is a debate on motion 23761 in the name of Michael Russell on UK withdrawal from the European Union Continuity Scotland Bill. Before we begin the debate, I call on Michael Russell to signify Crown consent to the bill. Call on Michael Russell, Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, for the purposes of Rule 911 of the Standing Orders, I wish to advise the Parliament, Her Majesty, having been informed that the purport of the UK withdrawal from the European Union Continuity Scotland Bill, has consented to place her prerogative and interests, so far as they are affected by the Bill, at the disposal of the Parliament for the purposes of the Bill.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. We now begin the debate. Can I invite the members who wish to speak in the debate to press the request to speak buttons now? I call Michael Russell to speak to and move the motion. Cabinet Secretary, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm pleased to present the UK withdrawal from the European Union Continuity Scotland Bill to Parliament for its Stage 3 debate and invite members to agree to pass the bill this afternoon. Presiding Officer, we are 9 days away from the end of the transition period which started when the UK left the EU. That transition period has protected the UK from feeling the full force of Brexit. It was intended to allow a comprehensive deal to be reached. It could have been extended. But despite representations in the strongest possible terms from the Scottish Government and others, no extension was sought by the UK Government. It is still not too late to say to the UK Government, for heaven's sake, be sensible. Considering what is happening presently at the Channel ports, the extraordinary disaster that is befalling many shellfish dealers and fishermen in Scotland, particularly, I have to say, in my own constituency, it is utterly extraordinary that the UK Government is proceeding with this madness and apparently with the support of the Tories in this Parliament. So let me repeat what the First Minister has said this week. Please do whatever it takes, Prime Minister, to extend the period and to ensure that this chaos comes to an end. And it is against that backdrop, the backdrop of instability, the backdrop of chaos, that we see why this bill is so vital. Part 1 of the bill will provide ministers with the power to align the law in Scotland with the law in the EU, where that would be in Scotland's best interests. And I'm grateful to MSPs across the Chamber who came together to work with me to find a way of ensuring that this power has a clear purpose, it is both operable and transparent, and that Parliament's role of scrutiny is appropriately recognised. I pay tribute to Angela Constance, Liam MacArthur, Patrick Harvey, Alec Rowley and Mike Rumbles, amongst others, for their constructive approach in reaching consensus on these vital matters. Part 2 of the bill incorporates into Scots law guiding principles on the environment to replace fundamental environmental protections which will be lost as a result of Brexit. It establishes Environmental Standards Scotland to carry out some of the functions which were previously carried out by the European Commission. As there are only 9 days to go until the 1st of January, we shall be asking the Parliament in a motion to endorse the setting up of the body on a non-statutory basis to bridge that gap. And I know that my colleague Rosanna Cunningham has had valuable discussions with the Environment, Climate Change and Land Reform Committee and with individual members as Part 2 has progressed. I'd like to commend Gillian Martin of that committee for her effective management at Stage 2, and I thank the Finance and Constitution Committee for their work too. And I thank Liz Smith, and I know Rosanna Cunningham thanks Liz Smith for her constructive attitude to working on the amendment on a future review of governance. And whilst we've not been able to support all of the amendments in the bill, I'm grateful to those who have lodged them, though perhaps when they see a result of 90 to 26, they should be able to read the runes. I want to finish by commending the bill team, led by Emma Lipinska. I have to say it has been an exceptional bill team, and I speak as one who knows a thing or two about bill teams. I think this is my 9th or 10th bill, not just this year, though it feels like this year, I have to say, But I have to say with regret, that it will not be met with regret by some members in this chamber, but for both Rosanna Cunningham and I, it is likely to be, that maybe not certainly, given the unpredictable nature, but it is likely to be the last piece of legislation that we will take through this chamber. This is an important part of a job of a minister, and it's a very important part of a job of a parliamentarian. I've learned a great deal during that process, and I hope I've been able to pass some of it on from time to time. Presiding officer, I want to now move that the Parliament agrees that the UK withdrawal from the European Union Continuity Scotland Bill be passed.
Thank you very much, and very succinct, Cabinet Secretary. At the end of a long day, that's good. I now call on Dean Lockhart, please, to open for the Conservatives. Mr Lockhart, please.
Thanks very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. This is an exceptional piece of legislation. It gives the Scottish Ministers exceptional powers to keep pace with EU legislation over a period of a decade. And let's be clear, we're talking about laws made by a supranational body which we will no longer be a member of, and laws in relation to which we will have no formal input. The Finance and Constitution Committee heard evidence that this will result in this Parliament becoming a passive rule taker of laws which will not be appropriate for the future needs of Scotland. And this has caused, understandably, widespread concern amongst stakeholders. And that's why we sought to introduce amendments today that would require meaningful stakeholder consultation on the keep pace powers, so that Scottish ministers could benefit from the expert assessment and guidance on how any future EU laws may or may not be tailored for the needs of Scotland, and guidance on which laws should be followed. However, as the legislation currently stands, it will be for Scottish ministers alone to make that decision on the future needs of Scotland without the requirement for expert stakeholder input. The legislation also raises much wider questions about the role of this Parliament in a post-Brexit environment. Just a few weeks ago, we had a very important debate on that very question. A number of committees looked at this question, and the overwhelming response was that this Parliament and stakeholders should be able to scrutinise decisions on the keep pace powers, recommendations that committees of this Parliament made very clearly to the Finance and Constitution Committee. In fact, some of the committees, the DPLR committee, went so far as to recommend that primary legislation should be used where significant changes of law and policy were introduced. And that was the purpose of a number of my amendments lodged today, to give a voice and give power to committees of this Parliament where instruments are brought forward by the Scottish ministers that would introduce significant change of law or a significant change of policy. I think it would only have been appropriate for committees to have a role in deciding how those instruments should be dealt with, all with the purpose of increasing parliamentary and stakeholder scrutiny. It is a matter of regret, therefore, that the voice of this Parliament's committees will not be reflected in the legislation this evening. There are other serious concerns, Deputy Presiding Officer, about this legislation in terms of the ability of Scottish ministers to keep pace with some, but not all, future EU laws. This will result in Scottish firms having to comply with a host of potentially conflicting regulations, devolved law that keeps pace, devolved law that does not, and different regulations in other parts of the UK that no longer follow EU regulations. The Finance Committee heard evidence that this will result in Scotland becoming a regulatory no man's land, with the inevitable consequence that it will increase the expense and complexity of doing business, increased costs for consumers, and cause distortion between Scotland and the rest of the UK internal market, which, as the NFUS has made clear on a number of occasions, is by far the biggest market for Scottish produce. All of this at a time when we all know Scottish firms are struggling to survive under lockdown restrictions. Presiding Officer, let me conclude, because it's been quite a long afternoon. I think the other fundamental flaw in the legislation is the fact that it won't achieve its stated objective of keeping Scotland aligned with EU regulations, which the Cabinet Secretary has said all along is the overall policy intention. The Faculty of Advocates has made this clear, that the Scottish Government will not be able to keep pace in areas of EU law, which will depend on reciprocal arrangements between Member States. And commenting on the proposed legislation, EU officials have been reported as saying this legislation could create a difficult position for Scotland and won't be effective. Many regulations which are passed by the EU will be difficult to implement and will not apply to Scotland. So there we have it, Presiding Officer. We have before us what is bad legislation. There could have been a consensus on the way forward in a post-Brexit environment, a bill that would have allowed ministers to make minor technical, non-substantial adjustments to existing legislation through the use of secondary legislation. Instead, we have legislation that will turn this Parliament and the stakeholders of Scotland into passive rule takers. And, Deputy Presiding Officer, for all those reasons, Parliament should reject the bill at decision time this evening.
Thank you very much, Mr Lockhart. Now call Anna Sarwar to open for Labour. Mr Sarwar, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'll come to the wider politics in a moment, but I want to just specifically talk about this particular bill, and I should, right from the outset, say that I might be coming for last bits of glory on this, but all the hard work on our side has certainly been done by my colleagues Alec Rowley and Claudia Beamish, and I want to thank them both for all their efforts in getting this bill to where it is finally got to. In recognising that, though, I also want to pay tribute and thank Mike Russell for his very positive engagement with my colleagues and for his openness and transparency throughout. I think, as he quite rightly noted himself, where we were at the start of this process and where we got to in the end, I think is a much more robust place for us to be. I think there are probably a couple of reflections that the next Parliament will need to think about in terms of some of its scrutiny post-Brexit. I know that was a wider debate that this Parliament had following the debate motion put down by the Finance and Constitution Committee around transparency, around the role of committees in post-Brexit powers, and how we scrutinise the keep pace powers and also scrutinise and have transparency about the role of the executive and the wider government. They're all issues that, as I say, we discussed last week, and I'm sure will be of greater debate come the next Parliament. I should note that there'll be slight disappointment from my colleague Claudia Beamish that all of our amendments were not accepted, all of our suggestions were not accepted, but I'm sure we'll take those issues for another day. On the wider politics, Deputy Presiding Officer, I'm not going to dwell on this for too long because I know members have been occupied for quite a long time today. I've got to say to Mr Lockhart, where's the remorse? Where's the remorse? We should not be in this situation right now. I mean, I don't think we should be in this situation at all in terms of the Brexit process and the mess that it has caused, the constitutional paralysis that it has caused in our country for the last 4 and a bit years. Where's the remorse? And for this to be happening now, at the height of a pandemic, when thousands of our fellow citizens have lost their lives and hundreds of thousands of people risk losing their livelihoods, it's completely unacceptable and unforgivable. I hope he will express that remorse now in his intervention.
Dean Lockhart.
I just wonder if you could clarify the UK Labour Party leader's policy or position. Is it not that the UK government should continue negotiations and get the best possible deal for the UK? Is that not what his position is?
Yeah, I'm going to address that in a moment, Mr Lockhart, but I think it's worth reflecting on your own party's position at a UK level, where in an election campaign we were promised an oven-ready deal that was good to go, and instead, in the midst of a crisis, with 9 days left until the end of a transition period, we still do not have a deal on the table. 2 days away from Christmas and 9 days from the end of a transition period, no deal in the height of a global pandemic is just completely unacceptable. And on that, can I say to Mr Russell, on the issue of Brexit, him and I are at one. This is an act of folly. This is something that will damage Scotland, will damage, in my view, Scotland, England, Wales and Northern Ireland. It will damage the whole of the UK. It will have a damaging impact on us economically. It will have a damaging impact on us in terms of our standing in Europe and indeed in the wider world. And I think it is a gross act of self-harm that we as a collective United Kingdom, I think, will come to regret. It's going to impact on all sectors of our society. And you only need to look at what's happening in Kent at the moment with the backlog of those lorries as a slight hint of what awaits our fellow citizens. As I said right at the start, for that to happen at any time is unforgivable. For it to be happening now in the midst of a pandemic is completely unforgivable. All of our focus all of our focus, and this would be my request to Mr Russell, because I know him and I agree on the issue of Brexit, is whatever our differences may be on Brexit, whatever our differences may be on independence, let's recognise that our country as a collective has gone through trauma. And we have taken an economic hit sharper than the banking crisis itself. And in that context, let's collectively resolve to pull our people together, to pull our country together and get us through this COVID crisis.
Thank you very much, Mr Sarr. I now call Mark Ruskell to open for the Green Party. Mr Ruskell.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. I think there's been a really big weight on the shoulders of members to get this bill right. There's a real sense of loss as we fully exit the EU, and there's a risk that hard-won protections built in solidarity with other European nations could have disappeared. And that pressure has resulted in the strong cross-party working across the chamber, united against the economic and environmental vandalism of the Tory party. And I think we can see that in the amendments that have been brought forward here this evening, particularly the Keeping Pace amendments, which I really hope will ensure that Scotland stays on that parallel, progressive path with the rest of Europe. But to keep that alignment is going to need a big collective effort going forward, particularly between government, stakeholders and this new body, Environmental Standards Scotland. And I would ask Cabinet Secretary Rosanna Cunningham just to clarify in her closing comments about the role of ESS, particularly in relation to those Section 1 powers around keeping pace. Will that advice be sought from ESS? Will they have a role in monitoring the progressive policies that are being developed in Europe and then applying those to Scotland? I'd like to thank, in particular, Claudia Beamish, actually. We've shared a lot of headspace throughout Stage 2 and Stage 3 of this bill, and I welcome that the government has shifted on much of the agenda that we had in the Environment Committee. And although there are still weaknesses in this bill, there's been a lot of progress as well. There was no requirement in the original bill for the environmental principles to be fully integrated into policy making, but that now has been fixed this afternoon. There was no commitment to deliver a high level of environmental protection, but that's now been enshrined in the environment strategy. And there's also no commitment to put that environmental strategy on a statutory footing with enforceable targets. I regret the enforceable targets are not in there, but the strategy is, and it gives us the leverage now with our discussions with government going forward about how we see real time-bound action to tackle the nature emergency. And we've also got a new watchdog, Environmental Standards Scotland, arising from this bill, providing some of the oversight and enforcement that we're going to lose from the European Commission in 9 days' time. And I did argue at Stage 2, of course, that it would have been preferable for this body to have been set up as a fully independent commission. But while this particular option was rejected, the new body is starting to look and feel more like a commission as a result of amendments passed here tonight. And I welcome in particular that the need for financial independence of this body has been recognised by government. ESS has to have full confidence that whatever action it needs to take, it will have that capacity to deliver. And, we've seen public bodies arguably hamstrung by concerns about the cost of legal challenge of their decisions in the past. SNH, for years, seemed unable to exercise its powers over deer management for fear of costly legal challenge. So going forward, when ESS takes action, it will have the force of this bill behind it, providing whatever resources it needs to get the job done. And there's much work for it to do. Top of the list, I hope, will be the current complaint to the European Commission about the use of acoustic deterrents, which are filling our seas with noise pollution. And with the government consulting on a new air quality strategy, the importance of not just setting but meeting European standards will be critical to our lung health in a COVID-scarred population. Some say that it's Parliament's role to hold government's feet to the fire on climate change. But short of burning committee reports, I can't see how this can be done by Parliament alone. Parliament needs a strong watchdog with an enforcement role in relation to climate, and that's what it now has. So, Presiding Officer, we stand on the Brexit cliff edge, but this bill will anchor the most critical tools that we need to stay aligned to the European Union, that Scotland voted to remain part of, and one day we will rejoin.
Thank you very much. I now call on Liam MacArthur to open the Liberal Democrats. Mr MacArthur, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I associate myself with the comments of Mark Ruskell and and indeed Anna Sarwar in terms of the regret surrounding this bill. It's not a bill many of us wanted to see. The damaging legacy of Brexit is now becoming a firm reality, as well as the damage to our economy and our communities. Leaving the EU also means that there are legislative gaps that need to be plugged. This bill provides Scottish ministers, as I said earlier this afternoon, with significant powers to keep pace with EU law. I'm well aware of the volume of legislation and policy produced by the EU institutions, having worked within them for many years myself. I recognise too the need to avoid burying ourselves in processing legislation and policy that has no relevance in Scotland, but it's important we keep pace with the relevant and progressive elements when it comes to environmental standards and protections. But that power to keep pace should not mean a monopoly of control. When first presented, this bill lacked proper safeguards on transparency and accountability. This Parliament risked being left as a bystander in a process that is of fundamental importance to those we are elected to serve. That was a concern of the committee scrutinising the bill. It was certainly a concern very much shared by Scottish Liberal Democrats. But it's a concern I believe that we have been able to address through cross-party collaboration and collaboration between the Parliament and Government. And again, I want to place on record my gratitude to various members across the parties, but particularly the Cabinet Secretary for the approach taken in relation to this important bill. As well as greater transparency and accountability in the way keeping pace powers are exercised, I'm pleased too that the bill sets out more specifically and comprehensively our shared commitment to the highest environmental standards, underpinned by a core purpose. This should give greater public confidence that even outside the structures of the EU, those protections and standards will be maintained. After all, Parliament has agreed there is a climate and nature emergency. In the midst of such an emergency, there can be no let-up in our protection of the environment and pursuit of the highest environmental standards. I want to reiterate again that Scottish Liberal Democrats are determined to do everything possible to limit the damaging legacy of Brexit, not least in the area of environmental policy. I pay tribute to Scottish Environment Link and others who worked hard to put a green backbone into this bill, incorporating key environmental principles, greater clarity over its purpose and stronger duties on public bodies. As one might expect, this bill has undergone significant surgery through the scrutiny process, underlining, I believe, why it was right that we enhance Parliament's oversight in this area into the future. Deputy Presiding Officer, at the start of this process, I was highly sceptical of what was being proposed by the Scottish Government. Through the work of the committees and this Parliament, supported by the evidence of very many witnesses, and in collaboration with the Scottish Government, I'm confident we now have a bill worthy of support. It's not a bill Scottish Liberal Democrats wish to see, but it's one we will be happy to support at decision time later on this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms MacArthur. And one open speaker, Claudia Beamish, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This country is at a time of crisis on many fronts. I welcome the passing of this bill today as an offering of stability against our exit from the EU. And I want to particularly identify myself with the remarks of my colleague Anna Sarwar today. The bill is fundamental to our way forward for our devolved settlement, and it is fundamental to our way forward for our environmental protections. In the midst of a climate and nature emergency, and we now see the Scottish Government reporting back on the 2020 HE targets, and it's anticipated that the scorecard will not be exemplary. With 1 in 9 Scottish species threatened with extinction, provisions in the Bill right has been a priority for Scottish Labour, and indeed for many others. Although there is vast room for improvement still, we have come a long way with this bill, and no one I know wants to see Scotland and the UK return to being known as it was in the 70s, as the dirty man of Europe. Maintaining the progressive standards are crucial if we are to end the decline in our natural world, meet emissions reduction targets, and deliver a green recovery from this awful pandemic. There is much to welcome in today's proceedings. I was pleased to work effectively with Mark Ruskell in committee and especially on climate change issues. I'm also pleased that the government changed its position on ministers giving due regard to environmental principles and correcting the undue exclusion of the climate change from the ESS's remit. My amendment on the statutory environment strategy will, along with Mark Ruskell's work, be instrumental in structuring environmental policy making and keeping it to the fore. Again, I wish to thank the Cabinet Secretary and her officials for their efforts in compromise to draft this amendment, and indeed to Scottish Environment Link for their wisdom. My amendments to protect the right of an individual to raise a complaint against a public body are, in my view, immensely important. The very purpose of this bill is to keep pace with the EU, and the failure to include these amendments, in my view, is a terrible erosion of environmental governance and citizens' access to justice. My conviction in these amendments has been reaffirmed by many constituents who took the time to write to me and to others to share their concern, as well as the 6,000 people or more who signed Environment Link's petition. Our environment laws are only as good as the institutions that uphold them, and the watchdog can only be effective if it is independent from government and its powers are not constrained. On that theme, Liz Smith MSP's amendment has a check-up on how well the ESS is functioning, and the consideration of environmental courts for the future is very welcome. Scottish Labour is pleased to vote for this bill today. It is about the underpinning the accountability of future Scottish Government, keeping aligned with what many consider the progressive force of the EU in the dire circumstances in which we find ourselves, with only 9 days to go, and indeed mitigating the potential for the degradation of our environmental standards. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. There's a little time in hand, so for the closing speeches, I can give you all an extra minute. So there you are, such generosity. Perhaps not desired, as you're all very tired, I know, but there we go. I call on Alec Lowry to close for Labour, please. Mr Rowley.
Presiding Officer, I would also want to thank the Finance and Constitution Committee and the Environment, Climate Change and Land Reform Committee for their hard work in scrutinising the bill, and I thank the clerks for their work at stage 1 and 2. I would also thank those who gave evidence and the Law Society of Scotland who have been there and given their expertise and advice to members. The bill allows our legal system to keep pace with EU law in devolved areas where appropriate, and I think that is right and fit, as well as being able to ensure there is continued to be a guiding principle on our environment here in Scotland and our post-Brexit landscape. Those general principles are supported by the Labour Party, and we will be voting for this bill tonight. We support creating new powers to allow the Government to keep pace with the EU laws. It is particularly desirable to be able to deliver the strong environmental standards that we want to see in Scotland. And I do believe that there is a real threat from the Tory government in Westminster and the ideological view that they take around the free market, including the Boris's Tories sitting across from us here, an ideological view on the free market that will create a race to the bottom. And that, I think, it's not just a threat to the environment, it's actually a threat to the whole of the United Kingdom, because it is why so many people, I think, actually believe that we've got to find an alternative way forward to being dominated and run by ideologues who have no interest in people and the environment. Their only interest is a race to the bottom in order to create the greed and wealth that they stand for. It is unforgivable that the potential of a no-trade deal agreement between the EU and the UK is being reached is still on the table with just 10 days left of the transitional period. This is causing unnecessary chaos and indeed anxiety and worry for people and businesses. That is why, even at this late stage, Scottish Labour calls on the UK Government to extend the deadline and give us the chance to get a deal that is with in this COVID crisis, a deal that could allow us to at least get some kind of certainty for Scottish businesses.
Dean Lockhart.
I asked the same question I asked Anna Sarwar. Does Alex Rowley agree with the UK Labour leader that the priority of the UK government should be to get a deal with the European Union as soon as possible?
Alec Rowley.
The Scottish Labour Party will put forward what's in the best interests of the people of Scotland. We will always stand up for what's right for Scotland, and this Brexit deal is not right for Scotland. What's clear is we have a Tory party that, when it comes to a choice between the rights and the interests of the people of Scotland or the interests of Boris Johnson and his wealthy chums, it's clear what side you will always come down on, and that is the rights and the interests of Boris Johnson and his wealthy chums. More than 1,500 lorries are stuck in Kent at this present time, waiting to try and get a deal in order to get across. And that demonstrates the real threat that we actually face, and Scottish businesses, Scottish industries face. So this is not a Conservative party, Tory party that will stand up for Scotland. This is a Tory party that will stand up for ideologues, for greed and wealth, and for Boris Johnson. We should be under no illusions about what that is. So, in conclusion, Presiding Officer, it is right that we put this bill forward today. It is right that we reject a drive standards to the lowest common denominator, and it's right that we stand up for Scotland. The only party in this chamber that would put Johnson first and put Tory ideologues first is the Scottish Tory party, and the Scottish people will see through that time and time again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Rowley. I now call Liz Smith to close for the Conservatives. Ms Smith, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. First of all, can I add my thanks to both the Finance and Constitution Committee and to the Environment Committee for all the work that they have undertaken on a bill that obviously these benches never wanted to see. In fact, I think it's interesting that several different parties across the chamber never wanted to see this bill, perhaps for different reasons. But I do want to commend the work that has been put in, and for, in some cases, very constructive work, which I think will make this bill better than it might otherwise have been. Just to take up the points from the Labour members, Mr Sarwar, I was somebody who was very firmly of the view that we should vote Remain, and I certainly are still very much of that opinion. But nonetheless, the UK did not vote to Remain. It voted for Brexit. And we have to get on with it. And I think there's an expectation amongst the Scottish public that they would like to see both our governments, the Westminster Government and the Scottish Governments, working together. And therefore, I think we've got an obligation to ensure that anything that is passed in this chamber is good quality legislation. And the issues that we have been raising, both in Part 1 and in Part 2, is to ensure that anything that will be passed is better in relation to the aspect of scrutiny, which I think is absolutely fundamental, hence the reason why Mr Lockhart brought the amendments forward on the additional scrutiny, which we believe there are still issues about in this bill as it goes to its closing stages. It's about ministerial powers, and as far as we're concerned, there are still issues about the possible excess of ministerial power for Scottish ministers. That's something we do not accept. And therefore, when it comes to the issue about keeping pace, and this is a fundamental principle with which we had a great deal of concern, that means that we will be keeping pace in some circumstances with legislation and laws into which we have absolutely no say. And that in itself is a major issue. Mr Sarwar.
Anna Sarwar.
I thank Liz Smith for the intervention. I accept that Liz Smith was on the Remain side. I accept what she's saying about where we need to go with this bill post-Brexit. But she's a very fair-minded person. And as a fair-minded person, I'm sure she also accepts that the situation we currently find ourselves in 9 days from the end of the transition period is chaos, is unacceptable, and lets down the British people. Surely, as a fair-minded person, she can acknowledge that.
Liz Smith.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time in this Parliament I've put on record that I'm not happy about the Brexit process. I said that when I opened my closing remarks today, and it's certainly not the first time in this chamber. But as a Democrat, we accept that the vote was for Brexit on a UK level. And we have to get on, and I think there's an expectation of the electorate that whatever we do is to ensure that the Scottish Government and the Westminster Government are working together in the best interests of the electorate. And that is something where I think this continuity bill has... Have I got time? Yes. Mr Harvey?
Patrick Harvey.
I'm grateful to Liz Smith. And if it was being made possible to work together, then that would be all very well. But the Conservative Party's central political project now is to remove us from the democratic structures of Europe. The Conservative Party's government has already legislated in devolved areas without this Parliament's consent. And the Conservative Party's internal market bill promises to do the same thing many, many more times in the future. Isn't it breathtaking irony for the Conservative Party now to accuse others of turning Scotland into a rule taker?
Liz Smith, you'll get all your time back.
I completely disagree with that, Mr Harvey. It is very, very painfully obvious that when it comes to keeping pace with EU law, we will not have an input, sadly, we will not have any input into that. And therefore, Mr Harvey, I really don't think that the argument that you've just put to me can be accepted at all. That's the principle on which we have been fighting this continuity bill, because there are certain key principles within this which simply do not match up to the best interest of Scotland and the UK working together. And as I say, that's an expectation for the public. I know time is short, Deputy Presiding Officer, so may I just conclude on the basis that whilst we are against the principles I've just spoken about, we have tried to work constructively, and for my own part, I do welcome the engagement once again that Rosanna Cunningham and her officials have provided, because I think there are some important aspects within that part too. So may I finish on that point, Deputy Presiding Officer, and obviously I agree with Dean Lockhart when it comes to the final vote.
Thank you very much, Ms Smith. And I call on Michael Russell to close for the Scottish Government. If you want to take us up to decision time, you can, or shortly before.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm just wondering how I'm going to take you up to decision time, but I'll do my very best. Let me start by saying to Mark Ruskell to address the point of substance that he made in his speech, which is the ESS will have no specific role in bringing forward proposals for keeping pace. But of course, ESS has a general power to consider the effects of European legislation and of environmental legislation. So there is absolutely nothing to stop ESS if it believes that a European regulation would be useful, desirable, better than Scottish regulation, to make a recommendation on that matter. Now, I think that's clear. It may not be the absolute power, but I think that's there, and that is the situation as I understand it. And I have had it confirmed by my colleague Rosanna Cunningham, so I feel confident I'm not trespassing on her area of responsibility. Presiding Officer, I listened with respect, as I always do, to Liz Smith. She is one of the very, very few people who has called for my resignation in trenchant terms, who I still get on with well. And I know that doesn't do her any good in the Tory party, but she wishes to intervene.
Mr Russell, I could do that again. If we've got to go up to decision time for that, I could do that again if you want.
Cabinet Secretary.
And I have to say, such is the measure of my respect for her, and I hope my friendship with her, I would not mind her doing so, in actual fact. And indeed, I would much rather hear her even demanding my resignation than hear some of her colleagues who I've heard this afternoon make recommendations and make amendments, because she makes a lot more sense. But I do want to say to her, with the greatest respect, and it is meant in that case, usually you say that it isn't meant, but it is meant in this case, how can you work with people who will not work with you? And that is the key issue. That is the key issue. We made recommendations. We brought forward Scotland's place in Europe documentation. The first report was in exactly 4 years ago. We sought to have a compromise, and we sought that compromise repeatedly over a long period of time, and other compromises. I do not agree with Scotland being dragged out of Europe against its will, neither does she actually, but if there was a compromise to be had, we would have had it. And one of the great ironies of the Brexit process, one of the great moments at which things did not happen, a dog that did not bark that should have barked, is that Theresa May should have brought into Downing Street in October or November of 2016 the leaders of the political parties, the leaders of the devolved administration said, look, we've all got to get something out of this. You know, Scotland did not vote for it. Northern Ireland did not vote for it. Wales was narrow and the Welsh Government was against it. Let us find a way forward. That did not happen. The JMC-EN was set up with a remit which has never been observed. And it's not failed to be observed, one moment please, it is not failed to be observed by the Scottish Government or the Welsh Government or even the Northern Irish. It is the UK Government that have refused to allow the JMCN to operate on its remit. It has not actually met in the last 3 weeks, nor have we had any information flowing from it. So I just say to the member, and I'm quite happy for her to intervene once I've done this, I just say to the member, I believe my conscience is absolutely clear on this matter. We have worked very hard to work with the UK Government and successive Secretaries of State who, for example, have chaired the JMCEN. And the Internal Market Bill, which I shall come on to in a moment once the member has spoken, the Internal Market Bill is the illustration of that, but it also gives the absolute lie to things we have heard today.
Smith.
Just ask the Cabinet Secretary, is he absolutely confident that the Scottish Government at all stages has cooperated with the UK Government on any aspect of Brexit? Because that is certainly not the impression that the UK Government would say.
Cabinet Secretary.
Of course, that is the impression they would give. But I have to say that I am absolutely confident that we have sought compromise and constructive compromise all the way along. And indeed, when I write the story, as I hope to write the story, I hope I will be able to illustrate with many examples how that is the case. And the way in which the relationship has deteriorated repeatedly has been as a result of Tory ministers, and particularly in the Boris Johnson administration. And that continues to be true today. There has been no further COBRA meeting today. There has been no phone call between George Eustace and Environment Ministers. That is absolutely typical of how the UK Government behave. And that is the reality. And I would have wanted to work with the UK Government, but I have to say, not only have I been disappointed, but the people of Scotland have been insulted by it. Now, let me go now to the issue of the Internal Market Bill. Because I have to say that Dean Lockhart has repeatedly said that his objection to this bill is that it is deficient in scrutiny, that it is deficient because the Scottish Government has not been listening, and it is deficient because the Scottish Government has not compromised. Let me call in evidence the Internal Market Bill. The Internal Market Bill was refused permission by this chamber. The Internal Market Bill was refused legislative consent by the Welsh Parliament. The Internal Market Bill was voted against by the Northern Ireland Assembly. The Internal Market Bill was completely gutted and filleted, if I may use a fishing allusion, and I know that Boris Johnson likes them, gutted and filleted by the House of Lords. There was, however, no compromise from the UK Government. There was no listening to that matter, and there was an absolute refusal to have... I want to finish this. An absolute refusal to have proper scrutiny. So the Internal Market Bill tells us two things. It tells us that the Tory arguments this afternoon have been hogwash, absolute hogwash. They have been... No, I will not. No, sorry. I am awash with hogwash from Mr... I do not wish to hear any more of it. The reality of the situation is that we have had nothing but excuses, because this is a bill that we have brought back to this chamber, having been overturned in the court by a UK Government that changed the law to overturn it. That is what happened. And because they did not like this bill, they've tried to scupper it again this time. And I'm sorry, you are not guilty of that, and I say you are not guilty of that, but the other amendments we've had from the Tories have been wrecking amendments. And I'm not even prepared to discuss that. And as for, she is not there, the Montagnards, the lady who spoke from the balcony today. You know, if you remember in the French Revolution, the Montagnards were the most extreme of the Jacobins. They were the ones that gave birth to Robespierre. And up there in the gallery, we had the Montagnards today. And all that we...
Point of order, Mr. Scott. Please sit down, Cabinet Secretary.
Is using unparliamentary language.
No.
And I would ask him to withdraw his remarks.
If I thought it was unparliamentary language, I would have said so. It was a robust debate. It's been a robust debate which you've not been in to hear, Mr. Scott. Cabinet Secretary.
Indeed, and I'm sorry that in Ayrshire a word in French is unparliamentary, but I recognise that may be the case. Okay? So, in all these circumstances, what we have had is a deliberate attempt to wreck the bill. And I'm very glad to say that that attempt has been refused. And it's been refused in two ways. The first way is by the very constructive engagement we've had about this bill from stage 1 to stage 2 to stage 3. And I pay tribute to all of those who've been involved in it. It has always been my belief that when a bill comes into Parliament, it is not perfect and it can be amended. And I hope that's been really demonstrated this time, that we managed to work together to get a better bill. But no, even if the bill had been handed down on tablets of stone by the Archangel Gabriel, it would not have got the support of the Conservatives, and that is absolutely clear. But the second thing that this bill illustrates is that the Conservatives refuse to listen to Scotland, because we've heard again and again, but we have to accept democracy. And the people, no, I'm sorry. I have given away several times. I've given away several times. The people of Scotland have to accept democracy. What were the people of Scotland told in 2016? They were not told that at this stage, 9 days before the deadline, there are no agreements in place. They were not told that the final choice would come down to, either a no deal or a very, very bad low deal. They were not told that. What has happened is a con. It is a con on the people of Scotland. And I will not allow democracy to be called in defence of a con, because that is what has happened. The people of Scotland are quite entitled to continue to say we do not wish to be taken out of Scotland against our will. They will continue to say that, and they will go on saying that. And you know, I'm very proud that the Scottish National Party in government here will also go on saying that, because our task will not be finished until two things happen. One is that we are independent as a nation, and the second is we re-enter the EU. And in those circumstances, what we are doing today is simply a marker for a process in which we will remain close to our friends in the EU. We will listen to our friends in the EU. And you know, those are people who will compromise, who will discuss, and will not treat us in the way we have been treated in the last 4 years by the UK government.
Thank you very much. And that concludes the debate on the UK withdrawal from the European Union Continuity Scotland Bill. It's now time to move on to the next item of business. There will be a short pause before we do so. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, colleagues. The next item of business is consideration of motion 23631 on a financial resolution for the redress for survivors historical child abuse in care Scotland Bill. Could I call on Kate Forbes to move this motion?
Moved, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. And the question will be put at decision time. The next item is consideration of Parliamentary Bureau Motion 23777 on committee membership. Could I call on Graeme Day to move this on behalf of the Bureau?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. Again, the question will be put at decision time. And we turn now to decision time. So the first question is that motion 23761 in the name of Michael Russell on the UK withdrawal from the European Union Continuity Scotland Bill be agreed. And we will all move... One second. And we're all going to vote. This is legislation, so we'll move straight to the vote. Members may cast their votes now. This is on the motion on the UK withdrawal from the European Union Continuity Scotland Bill. A 1-minute division. That vote is now closed. I would encourage any member who believes they were not able to vote to let me know. Thank you. The result of the vote on motion 23761 in the name of Michael Russell is yes 90, no 21. There were no abstentions. The motion is agreed and the UK... Sorry, I'm going to read that one again. The result of the vote on motion 23761 in the name of Michael Russell is yes 90, no 29. There were no abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed and the UK withdrawal from the European Union Continuity Scotland Bill is passed. The next question is that motion 23631 in the name of Kate Forbes on the redress for survivors historical child abuse and care Scotland Bill financial resolution be agreed. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. And the final question is that motion 23777 in the name of Graeme Day on committee membership be agreed. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. Thank you very much. That concludes decision time. We're going to move to members' business shortly in the name of Keith Brown on the £20 universal credit increase. I would just encourage all members leaving to put their masks on, to follow the one-way systems, to observe social distancing, and there will be a short pause.
The Catalans, the Basques, the Galicians in the Basque.
An independent future for Scotland.
How quickly do you think a referendum can be arranged?
Best practice demands that it should be 6 months.
Just looking at the overall share numbers for Scotland at the moment, the SNP 46.4%.